All right. Welcome to tonight's show. Looks like we are up and running now. Hey, listen, we've got a good one tonight. Listen up because tonight we're talking about something. Hang on. We got an issue here. Uh oh. Right as we start. There we go. There we are. All right. As I was saying, there we go. Now we're back. False start. Doing it a different way tonight. Like I was saying, listen up because tonight we're talking about something nobody in mainstream media wants to admit. Modern society is at war with toughness. They don't want you to be strong. They don't want you to fight back. They want you weak, soft, and obedient. But the truth is, there's no guarantee in life. And if you don't learn to take the hits and keep on going, you're going to get left behind. Let's break it all down right now. We're going to go into our regular intro from here. When we come back, we'll get into it. If you're watching right now in the chat, leave me one of those big, strong arms for me, will you? And I will see you on the other side. Thank you for tuning in tonight, by the way.
In the shadows where the monsters play, strength arises, don't be led astray. You were born to fight, not just survive. Unleash the beast, let your spirit thrive. Rise up now, embrace the call. Stand your ground, don't fear the fall. Become the monster, unleash your force. Run with the lions, stay on your course. With grit and fire, we'll break the mold. Together we're warriors, fierce and bold. The world's a trap for the soft and weak, but those who rise, they're never meek. With every hit, you'll learn to stand. Harness your darkness, take command. Break the chains, let the courage ignite. your force. Run with the lions, stay on your course. With grit and fire, we'll break the mold. Together we're warriors, fierce and bold. So rise and roar, let your true self be. In a world of comfort, be wild and free.
Again, thank you to all of you tuning in tonight. Good to have you here. We'll be kicking it off here shortly. Just doing the pre-roll. For those of you that are new here, we do a pre-roll in every episode before we get the show started. If you can hear me, give me a thumbs up in the chat.
Your darkness, wear it with pride. Become the monster, release your mind. Rise up from the shadows, step into the light. No fear of the struggle, no dread of the pain. Stand strong in your power, break every chain. Day you wake, it's a battle to fight. Choose to be the lion, don't yield to the fright. The world wants you soft, but you stand up tall. With each step you take, you'll shatter their wall. Control the beast, let it roll out and free.
We've got a good one for you tonight, so stay tuned.
Become the monster, release your mind. Rise up from the shadows, step into the light. Feel fear of the struggle, no dread of the pain. Stand strong in your power, break every chain. So rise and awaken, let them all say the monster within you is wild and free. We're breaking chains, hear the roar, unleash the beast. In a world so soft, it's time to feast. No more shadows, we'll embrace the fight. Master your darkness, step into the light. Rise like a lion, it's time to soar. Feel the fire burning at your core. Become the monster, unleash your true mind. Walk through the darkness, break through the night. Strength is your weapon, let it be known. In this battle of life, we take the throne. Society is whispering, stay in your lane. But strength is power, we'll break the chain. Embrace the struggle, don't fear the fall. For the monster within, it answers the call. Stand up, be fierce, make no mistake. This game of life, it's all at stake. Become the monster, unleash your true might. Walk through the darkness, break through the night. Strength is your weapon, let it be known. In this battle of life, we take the throne. So rise up, warriors, embrace your grind. In the heart of the chaos, true strength you'll find.
All right, while we're getting into the final countdown before the show starts, be sure to like this, share it, post it on social media, share it with your friends, send it in a text wherever you want to send it. Make sure everyone you care about sees this one tonight. Man, woman, or child, everybody needs to watch this one tonight. I think it's a very important topic. We're about to get into the countdown. Stand by. All right, it's official. We have gotten this one started. Welcome. This should be a pretty hefty episode. Gonna try to keep it within good time constraints. See what I can do. I am watching actively on MGTOW.TV right now, as well as Rumble. I do see J371 in the house. Moang's in the house. Vincent Van Gogh, fuck yourself, is here as well. Until Rumble changes their constraints, we won't be able to see you on the screen if we were to do something like the overlay right now, which is right there. So for that reason, in fairness to those that are watching on Rumble and MGTOW.TV, I'll probably keep the overlay off tonight and just post up chats as I see them, such as what you're seeing down there right now. I do want to welcome all of you. Thank you for watching on all three streaming platforms. Also want you to keep in mind that, of course, if I can get it pulled up here, and it's very important to keep the show running, if you'd like to donate to the show, there's a little icon right here. And that icon, you can actually pop out your phone right now, hold it up to it with your camera open, and then press the URL link, and it'll send you a direct link to donate. By the way, I do have donation links open tonight. So if you donate, you can leave a message in that donation, and I can read that live on air right now as well. I do want to do some housekeeping here. We are still demonetized on YouTube, which means I am not able to take super chats right now. You'll have to do Cash App donations or super chat on Rumble, which is just fine. I would prefer you guys super chat on Rumble anyway. YouTube takes a bigger cut than Rumble. Cash App takes nothing from you. So if you want your donation to go specifically to the show, that's the way to do it, is, again, this icon right here in the corner. All right, that being said, new subscribers, new viewers, not subscribers. If you haven't subscribed yet, consider doing so, especially after you see tonight's episode. Make sure to hit that bell notification as well, so you can see all future content, and hit the likes for sure. That is going to help us break out of the algorithm hell that I am always in. So if you'd like people to see this content and share the message, hit that like. And of course, if you're on social media of any form, just press the share button down here and go ahead and share this content with somebody you think would find it valuable. Tonight's topic: why you must become the monster within and master your darkness, using it for good. That's what we're going to get into. Why this matters. I'm going to go over some brief topics here, and then we're going to go into our first video. We do have some panel members popping in and out. They will be brought in here shortly, but we got to get through the first section pretty quickly. Let's go ahead and do that. Under the captions, we have updated some stuff. Segment 1, the war on strength. Here we go. Society conditions people to be weak. That is true. Current society, especially with men, encourages people to be weak. Strength is demonized while victimhood is celebrated. Where have we seen that? There's several communities, especially on the left right now, that are all about victimhood. Rather than standing up what's right and standing your ground, you're demonized for standing what's right. And the victim mentality and virtue signaling is all the rage. Notice all those people on your social media that are flying those blue and yellow flags. That's virtue signaling. That's victim mentality. Not to mention the fact that current administration decided to stand their ground and say, no, we're not sending any more U.S. taxpayer money to fund the death of an unwinnable war. The people that are dying over there, we're not doing it. Again, that's strength. That's demonized. But every great story, myth, and legend shows us the truth. You must embrace your inner beast, or you will be devoured by those who have that inner beast. Right? Okay. On that note, we're going to get into the first video here. I just got to pop it up on the screen. There are a few things I have to do. I'm juggling a couple screens here. I have a lot more on my screen than I normally do because we've got a lot to get through tonight. Let's see if I can get my share screen on. There it is. Let's see. Why don't we do this? Here we go. All right. So the first one tonight, if I can get it. Let's see. There it is. Let's jump into this one and just press play. Here we go. As soon as it loads, why didn't it share the screen? hate when that happens. Let's try it again. Again, I am learning this new setup here. It's a little bit different than what I'm used to. Here we go. Maybe. One of these buttons is not like the other. Okay, well, let's do this then. We're going to share media this way. Screen share. There it is. All right, can you guys see what I'm seeing on the screen here now? Is it working? Put a 1 in the chat if you see if it's working. All right, here we go. Also, put a I can hear it in the chat if you can in fact hear the video itself. All right, and here we go.
When we do talk about masculinity, we're often talking about it in negative terms. In some circles, phrases like men are trash or men are garbage have become de rigueur. I think the word that people most associate with masculinity right now is the word toxic, which doesn't really bode well for the whole thing. So it's hard to be convincing when you say men are in trouble. After all, look around us. All 45 US presidents have been men, and probably the next president will be one too. If you look at the S&P 500 a few years ago, there are actually more CEOs named Michael or James than there are women CEOs, period. But that said, most men aren't CEOs, and most men aren't President of the United States. It's easy to focus in on a certain set of men that are doing well, and realize that the majority of men are not hanging on so well. I'm Christine Emba. I'm an author and a journalist, and my latest book is Rethinking Sex, A Provocation. So, what are the trends that have led men to struggle in this moment? I think that there are 3 key areas where we can clearly see that men are struggling, perhaps even, yes, in crisis. Our labor market has changed over the past several decades due to globalization and deindustrialization. We have now moved towards a more credentialed favoring economy where things like brute strength aren't as valued as they used to be. Some of the jobs and areas that used to be fairly male-coded, male-centric, safe areas for men to work, the industrial sector, etc., are now kind of gone. And many of the men who used to be in those spaces are no longer there. We're seeing a drop in employment in men, especially young men. In fact, men ages 25 to 34 are among the groups that have dropped out the most from the labor market, which is surprising because these are prime working age men. Then we're seeing issues in education. Obviously, Title IX was a good thing, and it allowed many more women into the educational sphere. But now you're seeing a sort of flip from men earning most of the college degrees to women doing the same. There was a huge decline in college enrollment during the pandemic, and looking back at the numbers, 70% of the dropouts are men. And then you get to the domestic sphere. Stagnating wages, labor market participation, and falling educational rates have downstream effects in domestic life. 34% of young women approximately say that they're single. Nearly 63% of young men say that they are. More women than men say that they're finding trouble finding a partner, so men, who live up to their standards. You also see a little bit of destabilization in traditional roles in relationships. When you think of kind of traditional relational arrangements where there's one higher earner and one lower earner, that perspective has also shifted over time too. Almost 50% of women say that they earn as much as or more than their partner, which is a huge shift from just a few decades ago. This isn't necessarily a bad thing, in the same way that women overachieving in education is definitely not a bad thing. But they have provided a sense of destabilization. Perhaps a feeling that the world isn't exactly as it used to be, and men are struggling to find what their place is in the new arrangement. So I also think about the number of men who seem like they've just disappeared from society. These are men who are known as NEETs in the sort of wonky parlance. not in education, employment, or training. So what are they up to? Well, it seems like they're on the internet. Many of them are at home, sort of pouring out their woes to these online forums, whether it's incel forums or men going their own way discussion groups, where they talk about how dissatisfied they are with life and how it feels like the world has wronged them.
And we know in this community exactly what she's talking about there. And is she wrong? No. There's plenty of men that have checked out of the workforce, plenty of men that have checked out of relationships, plenty of men that are just done. They're just done. They feel a lack of interest because there's a lack of interest in them in the society now. So yeah, there are groups, red pill groups, MGTOW groups, men's forums, things like Reddit, stuff like that. But even I've seen, and I'm jumping in really quick when we'll get back to the video here in a second. I've seen men in that age group. Now I'm kind of on the flip side. So I'm recruiting. I'm looking for the talent, right? And I see whether it's guys I already have or guys that work in other locations, just in general, the guys that are younger than 30, period, which matches up with their demographic right there. They just don't have a lot of hope. They don't have a lot of look forward to. A lot of them, they will say things, and again, there's two mentalities on this, and we're going to get into that too, because the victim mindset is part of that. But I'm also going to point out that the men justifiably say, well, if I'm only going to be making minimum wage, then why should I be putting in effort? Well, here's the argument to that. I will say I do see that there is a big gap between a livable wage, which means you can afford groceries, rent, utilities, and a car, the basic necessities, right? And what the job market is offering. And I've heard the boomer argument over and over that, well, you just need to pull yourself up by your bootstraps, and minimum wage was never meant to be a sustainable wage anyway. Actually, yes, it was. At one point, yes, it absolutely most certainly was. But now they will work this workforce harder and harder and harder for less in order to, and I've seen it firsthand, in order to meet the constraints of a budget. So the most controllable part of a corporation or a mom and pop shop, whatever it is, their business is their payroll. So if you can get a staff to do 6 people's jobs, but only pay them for one, the corporation has figured this out and they're going to do it. Now, am I justifying what the corporations are doing? Absolutely not. I think it's garbage. I think if you paid people fairly, they'd be more incentivized to be there. Their quality of life would go up. They'd be healthier. They'd be happier. They'd show up more rested, not so stressed out, not worried about where they're going to get food, how they're going to pay their bills. However, my argument is you have to fight for what you want, not give me the mentality, or anybody in general, the mentality of, well, just because things suck, I'm not going to put in my effort. Well, if you don't want things to suck, as Deadpool would say, as you see the hoodie and the shirt here, maximum effort. No, you have to go in every single day, whether you feel beat down or disenfranchised or whatever. You've got to go in every single day and put in your best. Whether or not you get recognized doesn't matter, because you're not doing it to be recognized. You're doing it for yourself. So while I see both sides, this doesn't just go for jobs. This goes for dating and relationships and everything else. If you're not putting in maximum effort, which the men in this space have talked about, you should be working out and taking care of yourself and working towards getting promotions or starting that business yourself that you wanted to and living your best life, right? Well, men in this space, and I've seen it again firsthand. I've been here years before I did this show, way before I even rebranded. I was still in the space, off to the side, kind of watching, but I was here. A lot of men like to talk, but they don't like to act. And that is part of the problem, because society has incentivized men being a victim. And men are not even recognizing that in themselves. Rather than standing up, and I know this isn't popular. We don't do popular topics here. We do honest ones. If men don't step up and fill that role themselves and fight like hell every single day, they will fall short. Whether that's relationships, whether that's at work, whether that's in their own home life, whether that's in their hobbies, their health, their fitness, whatever it is. If you don't put in, and I'll say it a couple more times tonight, I'm sure, if you don't put in maximum effort, don't expect anything to come from just being subpar. All right. Now, that being said, we'll get back into this. I do still have a panel. They will come on at some point, but I'm going to burn through this first segment probably before we introduce them. So hang tight, gentlemen. I do absolutely want you involved, but I got to burn through these videos, and there's a few of them. We are not going to watch all of these videos all the way through because some of them are fairly long. We'll touch on the highlights and then move on and make our points, right? But yeah, so I do see a lot of men, younger men especially. They don't want to date. They don't want to work. They don't want to do anything. They want to put in the bare minimum. And society has taught them that there's no purpose for you. But at the same time, you don't become a lion by sitting there and acting like a gazelle and putting in bare minimum and just darting off when something comes your way that is a challenge. You have to be hungry for that fucking hunt every day. Excuse my language. I'm going to try to keep it as clean as possible tonight. But you have to enjoy the hunt, not just the prize. The prize shouldn't even be on your mind while you're on the hunt. The hunt is what makes things exciting. Anyway, let's get back into this, shall we?
Then you're seeing a lot of men playing video games, frankly, instead of engaging with the world. And that's actually compelling in understandable ways. It does seem like gaming gives you the opportunity to achieve goals or achieve success in a way that might not be as visible in the real world if you aren't able to find fulfilling employment or if you feel like you're left out of other societal pursuits. You also see men following what I term manfluencers. People like Jordan Peterson, Andrew Tate, and Joe Rogan, who I think are sort of stoking their sadness and fears while telling them that the world is what's done them wrong. And the thing is, I can't say that they're all bad. In fact, there is some good there, perhaps much good. When I talk to young men especially about what Jordan Peterson and Joe Rogan give them, one of the first things that they actually cite is just empathy. These men actually do seem to feel for the struggles that young men and other men are facing, and they're really straightforward about that.
Right. And in this community especially, and this is where I'll back this community again, because, again, I see both sides. A lot of people in this space that do videos, content creators, not just the big ones. She named off big ones, of course. But you've got like Pop, you've got Aaron Clary, you've got Hammerhand, you've got Outlaw, you've got a lot of guys out here. They've given men hope where there was none. They've probably kept a lot of men alive that wouldn't be here otherwise. So there's something to be said about that. At least men are coming together and forming healthy bonds and communities in which they can talk and grow together. Part of why I do what I do here. So there is that. So I don't entirely agree with her statement there. But yeah, no, they are empathetic. We are empathetic because we've been there. Most of the guys that do these shows, we've seen the dark side already. We've been through the mud. We crawled through it. We got up and we said to watch my language again tonight to be more family friendly because I think it's as important for all ages. You have to say F you and keep going. Right? No matter how much happens, you have to keep going. And one of the best things you can do, if we talk about carrying on a legacy, and men do find legacy important, is to pass that torch on to other men, younger men, new generations coming of age. It's very important to share the wisdom you've learned with others. And I think that's part of why this community exists as well, because we're able to reach across the aisle to younger or maybe less experienced men that haven't been through it or are now going through it. And we can say, hey, this is what we've been through. This is how to get through it. This is our advice. I'm wrong a lot, man. I'm not going to say that I know everything. I'd be a fool to say something like that. but I do have experience. I have been through a lot. I've been to the bottom and the top and the bottom and the top and the bottom a few more times and then leveled off. And now I'm kind of on my rise again, which means at some point I'll be on the bottom again, just how life goes. But it's how you adapt and overcome in those situations. Men that come in this space often don't have hope and they don't know how to adapt or overcome, which is why we're doing this video. I think it is very important that men know how to develop that strength, how to face adversity, how to be resilient, and how to master. We'll get there. We're not there yet, but how to master their shadow. That is something that I've always liked. Carl Jung is one of my favorite psychologists personally. So we'll get into that as well. But let's stay back on track. I'm going to jump back into this video.
And then they also try and provide solutions. So Jordan Peterson famously says,
clean up your room.
and while that sounds like pretty basic and straightforward advice, to me, in fact, it seems like something that your dad or grandfather should have told you. It speaks to men who don't have that father figure or that male mentor in their life who can.
Another thing on that really quick. I've told you guys that have watched the show, I've made it a habit. Why does he say clean your room? In the chat, if you guys know, if I answer before you, I'll still read the chats. I'm going to go through Rumble and YouTube really quick as well. MGTOW's usually quiet, but we'll check on there. And then I'll check the Cash App to make sure. If you've Cash App, let me know in the chat and I'll read that. I can actually check the tab now. No Cash Apps yet, so there we go. Okay, but I've been telling you guys, when you wake up in the morning, set some time aside for yourself. Make that coffee, eat your breakfast, take your shower. But before you do any of that, make your bed. Even on your day off. And sometimes I struggle with that. But it's because it's a discipline. And there it is in the private chat. And it just popped up right as I said the word. You need to instill discipline in your life. And that is one of the great things about saying something as simple as make your bed. Is it fun? No. Do I like doing it? No. But it's gotten to the point to where when I wake up, I don't think about it. It has to get done. It's one of the first things that I do in the day. And do you know why it matters? Not just because your bed's made and it looks nice when you come home and lay down in it, but because it's the first thing you accomplish today. You started off your day accomplishing something. Is it big? No. Does it always need to be climbing a mountain? No. You made your bed. You got your coffee made. You got the shower. You're in and out of there. And you're feeling pretty good about yourself, right? You accomplished some things. Even if you're still tired and groggy and whatever, but you've set a discipline. And that's huge. And that actually brings me to the panel. I'm going to let one of our panel members on to discuss it because he had something to say. So let's bring on MGTOW Outlaw. And what are your thoughts on that, sir?
Wow, what's going on, brothers? Yeah, it is to instill discipline, and it gives you a sense of purpose that's necessary to do every day, and something that you need to do that, if you don't do it, it will eventually pile up on you and it'll create bigger problems. It's all about getting your mindset used to doing something that, like he said a while ago, you just don't think about it, you just start doing it. Because it literally is installing purpose into your brain that will eventually become second nature. So, yeah, it's very important to do the small things that lead to the bigger things.
Absolutely. On that note, we'll bring in our second panel member and then jump back into the show, but I want to see his thoughts as well. So let me switch over here. I am, again, still learning, so bear with me. Sean St. George, welcome to the show.
Hello.
What are your thoughts on what we're discussing so far, especially the bed making? I see one next to you.
Yeah. And if you look hard enough, there is a commie cat there too. Like I said in the chat, instilling discipline always starts with small steps. In order to, I guess you could say, gaining discipline at a higher level and expecting it to do it right off the bat, you're more likely to fail.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's never easy the first time, but it's a practice that you do it every day, regardless of how much it sucks. Yeah. Let's see. Where was I at? I'm gonna check the chat really quick. Let's pop. I said I wouldn't do it, but I am gonna do it just to do it. Let's see what the chat says here. I am gonna go to Rumble first because it's not on screen, so I want to be fair to those guys. Let's see. Vincent Van Gogh, fuck yourself. Tommy asks, have you lost your Coke connection when Zelensky got kicked out of the White House? You sound nasally and stuffy. All right, so here's the deal on that. Let me go ahead and speak on that. If I can full screen myself. I don't know what I'm doing with this new restream. It's a whole new system. So I got the gift of coworkers giving me something right as I was trying to prep for a store inventory, which is a big friggin' deal in a store like this. And I had a fever and the coughing, sneezing, nausea, headache, bull crap. Again, I'm watching my language the best I can. And I worked a 12-hour inventory that day, and I'm still recovering from that. I am not as rested as I should be. So, yeah, the sinus problem's still there, and I'm still trucking on. Just got to keep on going. But yeah, so I was gifted the gift of the ick. So, where was I at? Oh, I was reading the chats. Let's see. We got Vincent Van Gogh, fuck yourself, saying number 1, so that means he could hear us earlier on the video. And then T2207 checking in ... lurking. That is the Rumble chat right now. At some point, I will stop reading chats and let's say our super chats, but for now we're just getting caught up, so that's fine. Let's go and see what else is on here. Anybody that's on the panel, I'm not going to read your chats because it's redundant.
Fair enough.
See Jackal in the chat there, Dynacide in the chat. Dynacide, live alive at
live a life, I think is what
live
he
a
meant to
life.
say.
Okay, live a life at peace for all those who no longer can. Well said. I like that. And then Chrome Dome Omega, I'm gonna go with Pop's language on it, Sean. I can't say it, but I can put it up on the screen. How about that? There we go. There
Maybe
it is.
using what is it? No autocorrect. I did not say duck.
Yeah. You know what? By the way, while I'm here, let me just do this because I said I would. We have a gift, and it came in on Valentine's Day. Now, granted, I haven't been here for a few days, but yeah, we have a gift that we need to open. So we'll do that on air now for those of you that have been waiting to see it. I got a Valentine's Day gift from a fan. Let's see where it's hiding. Down here, still in the package. I'm afraid to know what it is, especially on a serious night topic. But here we go. It's all nice and pretty from Cliff 3188, by the way. So let's see what this is about. Supposed to open the card first. So here we go.
Oh yeah.
I'm not. I know what this is based on I may be wrong, but based on its structure, I'm gonna go with Gilmore Girls calendar. I'm gonna go with that, and I'm sure I'm right. Let's see.
I know what it is, but I ain't gonna tell you.
All right. So we're opening an envelope, and we'll see what it says in here. Oh my god. Dearest Rhino. Honey, if I had $1 for every time I thought about you, I'd be rich enough to buy a private island and a whole lot of cheesecake. But honestly, I think the only thing better than a slice of sweet dessert is the way you make me feel. Happy Valentine's Day to someone who knows how to make my heart smile. Keep being wonderful. You're the real treat in my life. Betty White. There you go.
Oh my god.
For everybody who wants to see that for a second, get your screenshots there.
Jackal, you're in the chat.
This has got to be the calendar. This has got to be the calendar. All right. Let's get on with this so we can get back to a serious show, but there is a moment of levity, which always is helpful. Okay. It's the calendar. I'm telling you. You guys have been talking about this for a minute, so. Yeah. Not the Golden Girls. I'm sorry.
The Gilmore
Oh
Girls.
my God. Well, maybe I should put this up in my office.
Yes. Then ask them, why? Why did you do that?
That's funny.
Oh
Here
my
are the pictures for each month, in case you're curious. There we go.
My beauty has always been a curse.
So there it is. There's your screenshot opportunity. There you go. All right, we got a show to do here, but thank you so much. I guess I should be thanking Betty White, since that's apparently from her. Now we'll get back to the damn show. Okay, where were we? There we are. Let's press play on this and continue.
Tell them what to do.
We just did 25 minutes at 196 degrees. I got a new sauna.
And not just a script for the basics. Many of these manfluencers provide a script for how to live, whether it's a particular all-meat diet or a way of working out that will transform them into some kind of better man. And then they also talk about masculinity with a sort of specificity that makes it feel aspirational. Many of them describe the process of manhood as a challenge, as a summit that the aspiring young man can surmount, while these guys are basically cheering them on. And that's appealing to men who have heard masculinity or manhood denigrated, or who aren't sure what direction to turn.
But if I could do it, trust me when I tell you, you could do it. Anybody can become a king.
So there is definitely a positive influence that many of these influencers have had. If only that they're, telling young men, hey, don't just sit on the couch. Maybe go out and talk to girls if you want a girlfriend. Maybe make your bed and find a job, get good at a skill. But there is a downside, and it's a major one. One of the things that's notable about a lot of these manfluencers is that they often discuss masculinity or an ideal manhood in opposition to femaleness.
Men and women are different. And it's a beautiful thing. It really is.
And in fact, they often spend a lot of time talking about how feminism or feminists or female agency is what's actually bringing men down.
What exactly is going on with women's studies that you believe is fostering revolution?
Well, you go on their websites and read what they say.
Sometimes the worst of these influencers take this rhetoric to action.
Turn and whack, and I smash her spine.
So you have a figure like Andrew Tate, who's constantly talking about, choking women, hitting women, dominating women. And more recently has been arrested in Romania for actual sex trafficking. So some of this advice curdles from empathy to outright misogyny. So while I think that men are worried about their place and are struggling, there has to be.
So this is interjection o'clock, of course. I still got a full screen myself. The problem is, and there is accountability here, I'm going to start doing the opposite from now on, because I feel like there's too much of this women bad and we're just, again, the victims. No, men created this society. Men built every brick and stone that you see around you in your towns, your municipalities, your cities, wherever you live, even out in the sticks in the country. You guys built that. Your grandfathers, your great-grandfathers, if you're living in another country watching this, I know we have some people overseas that watch, and thank you, by the way, for tuning in. Your great-grandfathers built these empires that we all take the luxury of living in today. For better or for worse. We also gave women the keys to the car to the culture we are living in now. So when you see the average woman, especially we go back to what I was talking about, the 30 and younger crowd, every woman is an influencer in her underwear and doing things that I didn't even... Like, you know about the sites where you can go and see some stuff happening, you know what I'm talking about? Trying to be clean tonight, because, again, I think this is important for everybody, and I'll keep it vague. But we all know the sites where you can go and see certain content. Now, you just go on, I don't know, Facebook or Instagram or anywhere, and these women are dang near doing the same thing, right? Like, you don't even have to go to the, I can't say it but you get my point. You don't have to go to the sites where you can look up certain things. It's just in front of your face. And it's this generation of 30 and under. They're all this way. They all are just over sexualized and quite frankly, deplorable. But there's accountability here. Who gave them the keys to the car to wreck it into the phone pole without teaching them how to behave properly? Right? There is a kind of give and take on this, because you have a lot of women that have exploited the marriage laws and ended up being single mothers, and single mothers do not raise good sons or daughters. Again, we talk about how single mothers lead their daughters to the pole and lead their sons to the prison cell, right? But again, who passed the laws to allow for this to occur to begin with? Again, men. So we created our own trap here. The only way to get out of it is, again, to take accountability and start righting those wrongs. Can I see this society ever putting Pandora back in the box? No. But I will argue that civilizations, empires have risen and fallen many times throughout history, and those cultures, when they started going off the rails, then became more conservative when the new empire started to rise, right? It doesn't have to take a societal collapse for that to happen. It simply takes a swing of the pendulum. So what we've seen in the last 4 years or so was an extreme swing to a lot of unacceptable behavior, up until the point, and again, to keep this somewhat clean, up until the point of inappropriate content being taught to children in schools. Just not okay. Not okay at all. You see the pendulum swinging back now. That's being removed. No more of that, right? You're also seeing talks. There's not anything on the books for sure yet, but you're also seeing talks of marriage laws starting to change. It does not take the collapse of an empire to fix this problem. What it takes is hard times creating strong men that then have to right the wrongs of weak men that created the hard times. And right now, we've had several generations of weak men come and go, and now we're seeing the fruits of their labor, which is when you log on to Facebook or Instagram and every girl is selling their content to you. Society's marriage laws are all screwed up to where now 6 in 1,000 men are marrying. Marriage is dead. Gen Z women, if you watch, I believe it's Better Bachelor just put out a video on this, that Gen Z women are now realizing that if they don't ask men out, they will not find a relationship. So even those dynamics are changing now, right? The pendulum will swing back and forth. I like to see it in the way, I can't remember who wrote the book. If somebody in the chat knows, you can post it. I've mentioned it a few times on my shows. It's The Eye of the World, and it talks about the 7 spokes of time. There's other metaphors to that. Even Lord of the Rings does it. But essentially, it's the hero's journey. And I think society goes through the hero's journey. You're going to go through these cycles where you go from complacency into darkness, into finally finding your way back to the high point, right? And all of the pieces of that along the way. But it doesn't happen overnight. So again, I just want to emphasize, do I agree with her about misogyny and all of this? No, I don't. I'm not in that space where the feminist diatribe affects me. I think it's a load of crap, to be honest. It's a victim mentality. I'm going to have to mute some mics, though, because I'm hearing some noise. I'm hearing myself, actually. Okay, it's gone. It's fine. However, I am aware that the men in this society that built the society have built this society that we're currently dealing with. We have to take responsibility to change that. We, as men, have to right the wrongs in society. That's our job. We go to the wars. We die to defend what we believe in and protect. We're the key holders. There is no point where we should have handed the keys off to those that we are supposed to protect and assume they're going to make the right decisions with it because they don't have the responsibility, quite frankly, up into and including death, to protect those around them. Therefore, when the keys are given to them, they tend to make irrational, emotional, and sometimes unwise choices. But that's on us at the end of the day. All right, let's get into the chats really quick. We'll get back to the video and we'll move on to the next thing. Broken Pine says, the weak men were the baby boomers. I would agree with that. Jackal, step into the forge. It's time to get stronger for the betterment of the nation. Absolutely. The Eye of the World is by Robert Jordan. That is absolutely correct. Great book series. If you like Lord of the Rings, if you like The Hobbit, Eye of the World is fantastic, if not better. But I better not say that if the weebs are watching, they get all angry at me.
Ooh, don't challenge Tolkien fans.
Just saying. Broken Pine says, it's the end of the fourth turning. We did a video on the fourth turning just about 6 months ago. So yeah, I would agree. It's the end of the fourth turning, Strauss-Howe generation theory. Yep. If you haven't seen that video, you want to go back and check it out. I do highly encourage you to do so. You can find it on Rumble and YouTube. MGTOW is, we might start streaming on Facebook or Twitter, X, whatever you want to call it. We might start streaming somewhere else because MGTOW, I'm just not getting the results I want from there. So that might be coming to another platform. If you guys have any recommendations, if you'd like to see us on Facebook, if you'd like to see us on X, maybe there's another platform I don't know about that, not Twitch. Let's not do Twitch. But if there's another platform you want to see us on, we can do that. Let's get back into this video, though. Finish it up and move on.
To be a different solution for them moving forward. If we actually want to help men who are in crisis, we have to come up with a positive vision of masculinity. One that is aspirational, not denigrating. And I think a positive vision of masculinity has to be one that is specific. One that actually speaks to men, that doesn't say, well, men, to be non-toxic, you need to be more like women. But actually, what does it mean to be a man specifically? How is that good, and how can you be better? So what does a positive vision of masculinity actually look like? When I asked men themselves, young men, older men, people I interviewed, there were a few things that came up often. Strength was discussed, not necessarily physical strength, but strength of some kind. Self-mastery, leadership, responsibility, and care for others. There were discussions about being led by physicality, whether being sort of inspired to great acts by sexual urges or otherwise. But the thing is, I think that many of these traits are actually scaffolded in some ways by biology. Sex drive and assertiveness are both associated with testosterone, the male sex hormone. And I think the key is that you have to channel these traits to be pro-social. Positive masculinity means using traits that feel distinctive to men for the good of others and for the good of society as a whole. When we talk about manhood or manliness or masculinity, we often discuss certain traits, whether it's strength or risk-taking or bravery or something like that. And I think there's a fear that by ascribing certain traits to masculinity, we might be saying that those traits can't be applied to women too. If we say that good men are strong, does that mean that women have to be weak? If we say that men are leaders, does that mean that women have to be followers? I think we're afraid of boxing both sexes in. The thing is, this isn't a zero-sum game. The sexes rise and fall together. As a person who loves and cares about men in my family, my friends, people I want to be romantic partners, I actually do want them to survive and flourish. And if we want our broader society to survive and flourish too, both sexes have to be doing well.
So there you go. There's the first one. Panel, this is going to go to you for a second while I get to the next thing. So go ahead and jump in.
Here's the thing. Number one, a man needs purpose. That's first and foremost. And I didn't hear her actually specify that. You know, a man has got to have purpose, and he's got to have the freedom to do the purpose. What's happened is the culture has taken all of the purpose away from him and outsourced it. And it's taken all the incentives to really find any other purpose outside of what we've had as men for so long. When you look at our culture right now, what's outsourcing men right now? Machinery, right? AI.
Yeah. Yeah.
All of it is outsourcing and outthinking what a man's position used to be in this culture. You've got to put the purpose back in man's hands, and you've got to give them the freedom and the ability to do so. You're not going to get men back to the table when you've taken all that away from them and taken the incentives away from them. You've written the laws in such a way to where it's not going to be for you. It's going to be for those around you that we want you to work for and enrich everyone's lives at your expense. It's not going to happen. You know, and it always amazes me that people like this woman always goes after the highlight people on the internet that doesn't represent MGTOW or Red Pill in the slightest. You know, Andrew Tate, Jordan Peterson, none of these people represent what actual Red Pill or MGTOW really is. They always go for the cream of the crop, but they never go down to the underbelly, where all the real men are talking about this is at.
Yeah.
Every single person I've ever heard make this argument follows the same path. Oh, what did Andrew Tate say about it? What did Jordan B. Peterson say about it? It don't matter what they said about it. They're not the representation of a majority of men out here. I'm just saying. Men's incentives, men's purpose, men's ability to freely do these things have all been taken from them. None of what she's saying matters until you rightfully place men back at the head of the table where they were originally for thousands of years. You know, the laws, none of it matters until all of that is changed. And even then, what do you do about the hearts and minds of people that's been changed by it?
I agree, man. You know what?
You've got a Mount Everest steep uphill battle with all of it.
Yeah. I would say, and we're getting through these segments. This is still segment 1. We have 4 to do, gentlemen, so we do have to keep the ball rolling as best we can.
Sorry about that.
No, you're fine. It's not you. It's just I'm looking at the time. I went, oops. Why they want you weak. So if I didn't already say this, soft people are easier to control. Weakness leads to dependence on government, corporations, and other people. They sell comfort as a virtue, but it's a trap. Work-life balance equals be complacent. Toxic masculinity, don't be strong. Mental health crisis, medicate, don't self-improve. Remember, resilience, self-discipline, and ambition are ridiculed, not rewarded. That is something we need to change culturally. And that goes back to what he's saying. Men need to have a purpose. And we are getting to that. There are 3 more segments. This is the breakdown. This is the uncomfortable part. We have to get through this to start talking about moving forward. But we have to see where we are right now before we can see the bigger picture and step back, right? Chat, I do want to know a couple things from you. Do you think society is designed to make people weak? Yes or no? Currently, do you think it was designed that way? And let's go a little bit deeper. If so, by who and why? For what benefit? Again, the question is, do you think society is designed to make people weak? Yes or no? And who and why is it that way? Finally, as you're writing these answers in the chat, what's one way you fight back against this softness? Again, drop it in the chat. We will be reading the chats on that. No, I'm going to run over to Rumble really quick. Cliff3188 sent me a $10 super chat. Rhino, if you opened your Valentine's gift, here's some shekels to encourage you to do so. We did do so. All right, card 1776. You always love those Cougars, Rhino, of course. Mwang in the chat still saying LOL. Cliff3188, we're at weak men create hard times. Simps are weak men, tell me otherwise. You are absolutely right. T2207, give me a mission, a sense of purpose, just like Outlaw said. T2207, a couple more chats here. I need a war to fight an enemy or a threat to defend against. It's really not that part of the concept, even if the enemy is within me. Oh my God. You are right on where we're heading tonight. So thank you. 2207. You are you understood the assignment tonight. That is actually what we're going to be getting into. So hang tight. We're going to do a couple other quick videos. Again, we may not do the whole thing. That was 11 minutes and took an hour. So obviously we got to roll through these next couple if we're going to stay on track tonight. May go over 2 hours because of that, because we have to nail all 4 for this episode to be meaningful. But I promise we're not going to go into 5-hour territory because that's just ridiculous. But stand by. Let me get the next one up and we'll go from there. Let me share screen now if I can figure out how to do it. And it looks like Sean took a step out for a minute. That's okay. Let's see. Yes, this is Sydney Watson. Some of you might like her, some of you might hate her, but Sydney Watson, let's see what she has to say here.
Some of you might remember seeing a photo of singer Harry Styles in a dress on the cover of Vogue magazine. A similar photo was also posted by Men's Health, and well, that's a whole conversation on its own. Unsurprisingly, the photo went viral, especially after conservative commentator Candace Owens commented on it. She suggested that society cannot survive without strong men, that the steady feminization of men is not a coincidence, but rather an attack, saying that we need to bring back manly men. Now, of course, this sentiment was not shared universally, with many people on the other side of things arguing that dresses don't mark femininity, that men can wear whatever they like, and people shouldn't worry themselves with the things that don't affect them. Ironic, considering how radical leftists just love telling everybody else what to do. Have you guys met you? Seriously. A short time later, Styles posted yet another photo wearing whatever the hell this is, with the caption, "Bring back manly men." Now, if you're anything like me, then you patently don't care about Harry Styles or literally any other celebrity and what they choose to wear. Seriously, until these people pay my taxes, I'm genuinely not interested in what they do. But if nothing else, this topic has actually raised some valid concerns about the state of men in 2020 and the overall feminization of traditional masculinity. Depending on who you ask, the feminization of men is either harmful, weakening our society, or suppressing innate biological tendencies, or it's successfully uncovering and rooting out toxic traits in men and manhood. It's either a significant negative problem or a welcome byproduct of blurring gender roles and stereotypes, such in the case of Harry Styles. Or Gucci's attempt at releasing a tartan dress with a satin bow for men in the hopes of disrupting the toxic stereotypes that mold masculine gender identity. Well, they're certainly disrupting something. This is the face of, apparently you can pay me enough to wear this. But there really are people out there who believe that it is necessary to wear skirts and heels in order to challenge gender norms. And this is just one cosmetic example of the push to change these traits in men. So when we talk about this, it entirely depends upon which side of the fence you stand. Do you want a society where the lines of gender are blurred, where there is no clear distinction between men and women socially, emotionally, developmentally, and externally? Or do you want a society where men and women have clearly defined roles, determined by their innate immutable characteristics as two separate sexes, and of course with a little added nuance to suit the date and time period? Well, I certainly know where I stand. It's the second option, in case that wasn't clear, because I don't want this. No thank you. I'll be fine. The feminization of men, at least in my opinion, has been in progress for several decades. If it helps, think about it as like He-Man versus, like, this. In 1976, a sociologist called Robert Bannon wrote a book called The 49% Majority, where he detailed the blueprint of manhood, describing core tenets of masculinity at the time. These included things like not showing weakness or acting feminine, striving for financial success and social status, projecting an aura of confidence and self-reliance, being the strong silent type, and striving to be tough, adventurous, and live life on the edge. By 2020 standards, it's very clear that many of these traits would simply not be valued in the same way that they used to be. Nowadays, several of these things would be considered toxic masculinity, especially anything and everything relating to suppressing emotion or not wanting to act feminine, which, like, I guess leftists want men to do for some reason. I just want you to cut me down a tree and build me a house. This isn't hard. Some research actually confirms this, telling us that young men themselves value intellectual strength over physical strength. They value openness and altruism more than they value autonomy. Although, if you ask me, I'd argue that men have always valued altruism. Just ask the men on the Titanic as they gurgled to the bottom of the ocean. One article I read suggested that this change to masculinity isn't necessarily a bad thing. It doesn't signal the death of the cowboy, but rather the death of the gunslinger. The cowboy just got more sophisticated to fit in with our shifting world of office jobs and nerds. This idea might even help explain the decline in physical dominance in men, such as dropping testosterone levels and overall physical strength, which has been documented in a few studies relating to endurance and grip strength. One study, for example, basically concluded.
Now, here's again where I'm going to interject. We're going to get to this point here shortly. This thing is covering my ability to go full screen. There we go. We need the gunslinger. Now, I'm going to tell you why. Because the gunslinger in society, historically, is somebody that's going to stand up and right the wrongs that nobody else is going to. We don't need nerds and desk jockeys. We've got enough of those. Those are not masculine men. What we need is the gunslinger, the Jesse James. You know the story of Jesse James? You know the real reason Jesse James robbed from the Pinkertons and the railroad lines? You know why he did that? He wasn't invested. He didn't care. The Pinkertons came to his land and told him to sell, right? We'll give you so much for your land. But this was their land, and they said no. The Pinkertons came back, and they set fire to his family's home, killing his mother in the process. Jesse James, in some sense, like Robin Hood's story, then began robbing those trains and giving back to the communities that the Pinkertons stole from. Places like Wells Fargo, the Pinkerton Company, all of them, the railroad companies, who were robbing these families blind, giving them pennies on the dollar for their land and saying, get out. This is ours now. I know you settled here, but too bad. Jesse James was a gunslinger. Jesse James stood for something. He had a purpose. He wasn't invested until somebody killed a loved one. But when they did, that gunslinger did right for communities around him. Now, in history, the victor always writes the law, and unfortunately, Jesse was shot down, hanging a photo in his own living room. He was shot in the back by a coward. You can look up the history of the story if you want. There's plenty of good documentaries on it. But the point is, the gunslinger stood against tyranny. The gunslinger said to hell with government, to hell with corporations. I'm going to do what's right for the people. You need strong men, gunslingers. You need those men because those men are dangerous. And why do you need dangerous men? Because men who are inherently complacent and unable to fight when it matters will run and hide. And I'm going back to the point because we're getting somewhere. Segment 2, segment 3. Those men, those nerds, those desk jockeys are our version of the Sahara Desert gazelles. They run from the lion when the lion comes. They hide from the lion. And the only motivation they have is fleeing death, not fighting for what's right. More importantly, what does the lion care about? He doesn't care about the gazelle. He cares about the hunt. He cares about doing what's right. He cares about protecting and providing for his family, for his pack. If you don't have gunslingers, you will have the decay and destruction of society. So no, Sydney, I disagree. We need the gunslingers. Let's continue, shall we?
that the average college male has no more hand strength than a 30-year-old mum. In saying that, we know there's at least one thing you guys are good at gripping. My hand. When you take me on a nice date. Get your heads out of the gutter. Now, I'm not saying for a second that men have to abide by and fit into this 1970s version of masculinity, but society overall appears much more comfortable with the softer emotional man than the cut me down a tree and build me a fortress kind of man. The problem arises when men do actually have these traditional characteristics. They are increasingly unable to express them or act them out, lest they be labeled toxic or fragile and cast to the back of the proverbial gender bus. In early 2019, the American Psychological Association issued its first ever guidelines for practice with men and boys. Its primary message claimed that traditional masculinity, such as stoicism, competitiveness, dominance, and aggression, is, on the whole, harmful. And honestly, these characteristics are now genuinely viewed as toxic masculinity across the board. And this is viewed as the path to violence and sexual harassment. And traditional masculinity is the gateway to get there. With this intense scrutiny on men all the time, even
Yeah, I'm going to throw Sean in on this one because he has been a practitioner of it lately, and I think it's important to bring this up. I want to know, in your opinion, how in the world stoicism, of all things, could lead to violence. Please do tell me how you see that even being possible.
The way I would see that being possible is stoicism is about self-improvement, and part of the self-improvement is going to involve a little bit of martial study. So I still have to go read all the works from some of the ancient Stoics, but pretty sure being a dangerous person is one of the pillars, or is a part of the pillar, because they also talk about physical fitness and physical strength as being one of the paramount ones. So
Right.
stoicism leading to self-improvement, leading to increase in physical strength also is intimidation. If I was just about to put it in chat, no, Sydney, who do you want to save your ass, Harry Styles or The Rock? You are going to choose The Rock every fucking time. Sorry, my bad.
Yes,
You're trying to
all
have a
right.
clean show. I'll
Trying.
try to do better.
Outlaw, what are
That's-
your thoughts on the matter too?
Yeah, I mean, Sean pretty much summed it up. I mean, with the stoicism. So yeah, I mean, he kind of said what I was going to.
All right, fair enough. Here's my thought on it. Being a dangerous man, why is that important? We talked about it. We've touched on it. We're going to get into it. We got to get to the next segment to do so. I'm setting up the dominoes for you guys. If you didn't already notice, I'm getting into some pretty uncomfortable topics. And why are we doing this? Well, there's a reason. Segment 2, 3, and 4 will show you the reason. If you don't incorporate the dangerous side of you, if you don't get to know that person, if you don't incorporate, as Carl Jung put it, the shadow self into you, you are not a good man. As a matter of fact, in the face of adversity or danger, you are inherently more dangerous. When we talk about martial arts, one of the core principles is, yes, learning techniques for self-defense, learning how to be a dangerous person. But the more important practice of those martial arts is knowing how not to use it. And that is incorporating the shadow self in itself, is knowing how to be lethal, knowing how to take charge, knowing how to be destructive and dangerous if necessary, but also knowing how to do it with the sword in the sheath. And that is a tactic that many men have been deterred from and, quite frankly, don't know. Now, I will say, when it comes to psychology as a whole, I think men and women both need to incorporate their shadow self, because there is nothing more dangerous on this planet than somebody that has no control over their dark side. And I guarantee you, I don't know if it's in the videos I have coming up tonight or not, but somebody once asked, how could somebody like Hitler do what he did? And the answer is, because he's just like you. He's just like every one of you in the room tonight, including me. He's just like you. But he was unbridled. He didn't hone that side of him. And when it came to power, he became dangerous, not in a controlled manner, which led to mass destruction. You have to know that shadow self. You have to integrate it. And that's the title of the video tonight. You have to become a monster before you can become a good man. You have to know your dark side. You have to hone it, embrace it, incorporate it, and make it part of you before you can ever be a good man. Because if you don't, you will never be a good man. All right, let's finish off this video really quick. I know we're going on and on and on here. Let's get it over with.
Even for innocuous behavior, it's really no wonder that men would want to separate and distance themselves from traditional manhood. The feminist movement has, without question, had an enormous hand in this. Over the last several decades, the purpose of women has been expanded dramatically. Rather than raising children predominantly, women can effectively do anything a man can do, except create sperm, but I'm sure that science is working on that one. Feminism evened the playing field in almost all areas. Women can have sex like men, earn money like men, dress like men, and despite what feminist literature might tell you about equality, women have never been more equal. The problem is that nobody has really attempted to expand the purpose of men and uplift them in the same way. And why would they? What allegedly started off as a movement for equality, which it isn't, instead has become laser focused on the patriarchy and eliminating inherent flaws in our male-orientated society and its effect on women. Even the push to break down traits of traditional masculinity, such as independence, dominance, and suppression of emotion, has never really been about helping.
I think we're pretty much good on this one. The point's been made, and I see too many flaws in Sydney Watson's thinking, even though she agrees. No, I'm sorry. Men and women are not equal. Weren't designed to be. Are we complementary? Yes. Do they have strengths that we don't? Yeah, I've never given birth. I don't know how to do that. I don't know how to nurture like women do. I don't know how to raise a child like a woman would. I know how to discipline. I know how to teach morals and values. I know how to pass on skills, but I can't give birth. Right? Men and women are not equal. Putting women in the, and I know women watching this show might not find this popular. Putting women in the workforce wasn't about women, nor should it ever have fucking happened. Men go out, do dangerous, dirty jobs to provide for their families who are home. The woman, in turn, raises those families because the man has gone out and provided for them. The issue is, and what it really comes down to, is a certain set of individuals, government, decided it would be a good idea to double the amount of taxpayers in society, decrease the pay for both members, men and women, and now we're at the point where men and women are working 2 jobs or more to both support the same family one man could have. The women are upset about this. Ask a woman next time you're dating one. Ask her if she would rather be at work doing a dirty, dangerous job all day, or if she'd rather you pay the bills and she could stay home and take care of everything and make sure the meals are cooked and the laundry's folded. Ask her what she'd rather do. Now, your job as a man, maybe you say, I would rather do that too. But your job as a man takes sacrifice. It takes hard work. That's our difference. That's something that we can do. We do things that are uncomfortable all the damn time, and society doesn't say anything about it because, quite frankly, that's a man's role. We get shit done. But ask a woman, ask your mom, ask your grandmother, ask your kids, your daughters, ask your girlfriend. Would you rather be out there working 8, 10, 12-hour days for subpar pay, doing hard shit and not being recognized, or would you rather be at home just making sure the meals are cooked? I'll pay the bills. You make sure the home's taken care of. Ask her what she wants. If she tells you she'd rather have that job, she's lying to you. I know because I've asked. And to be honest with you, gentlemen, if I had the choice, I'd rather be making the money. I'd rather be going out there and providing for the family so she could stay home. But see, that's where society's poison apple came into play. We all took the bite because of this equality bullshit. And now, I'll say it, uncomfortable or not, our women are suffering doing things that men should be doing. And some of these women are so brainwashed that they think that's equality. No, it's not. We have strengths and weaknesses. Men go off to wars, men fight battles, whether that's out in some desert somewhere or whether that's in the office. Women are there to nurture and protect and what's the word for it? Nest, create a nice home, a nice environment to where you come home, she comes home, and you both feel safe. Your job is to defend that castle that she keeps nice and cozy for you. But we fell into this trap of feminism to where suddenly women are supposed to be men, and women are proud to be men, and women think they're better than men. That's the worst lie of it all. I don't know a man in this space that I've talked to, honestly, that thinks that men are better than women. I don't think that I'm better than women. There's a lot of things I like about women I don't like about myself. I'd much rather see a naked lady than a man. You know what I mean? Trying to keep it as clean as I can. But my point is, women have their own set of advantages and skills that men will never have. Men, in turn, have theirs. And the fact that we lied to 3 generations now into convincing women that they're just like men and men are just like women and we're all the same is the greatest travesty of our time. And it's robbed us because not only that, but who's raising our children? You see this in government right now, too. Just happened today, actually, taking the government out of public schools and giving it back to the states. But right now, the government raises your children. What does your government do? They indoctrinated you, they indoctrinated your parents and your grandparents and your children into believing the lie. 9 to 5 until you die and pay taxes to the state that uses it to money launder to other countries, right? That's why, man. They took you and your wife and threw you both into office jobs and that side job where she has to deliver for DoorDash or whatever on the side to make the bills. And she's frustrated with you because you ain't making enough, but that's because she's in the workforce taking half of it anyway, right? So everybody's pissed off because we're not living up to our expectations of gender roles. We're just not. I'm going to go back to the panel really quick, see if I stirred up the hornet's nest there. Let's jump to Outlaw really quick. It looks like Sean just stepped out for a minute. Jump on in.
I think he's back, isn't he? I think
He
I
is
saw
back.
him today. Yeah. Yeah. You pretty much summed up what I've been saying from the get-go. I mean, it's always been like this as far as I've been alive. You know, you sacrifice your time away to other people to enrich their lives and pocketbooks. I mean, isn't that the greatest scheme of them all?
Mm-hmm.
Convince generations of people to do that, take their wealth from them, their health, their time, their energy. Like I said earlier, you got to give men purpose. This system, yeah, you asked the question way a while ago, is this system created weak people? Is it intentionally? Yes. Yes. Look at all the modern conveniences we have that we're taking advantage of. What has it done? Number one, it's outsourced everything that we had purpose in, both men and women, right? It has completely come in and run amok in the modern nuclear family. You don't have an incentive anymore. Now, women have pure incentive to get married, but men don't. They don't.
Yeah.
That purpose was taken away from them. So, like I said, I mean, you know, it's no wonder why you have so many men killing themselves, committing suicide, because there's just no purpose in none of this anymore. All of it has been taken away. What has a man got to look forward to once he figures all of this out? That's what we try to hopefully catch men before they do that. and tell them, hey, you're not incentivized anymore to this system. Once you learn this, you live for yourself, man. You constantly create goals for yourself and purpose for your own life, and only you determine that. I hope one of us gives you ideas to do that, right?
Absolutely.
That's what you hope at the end of the day as a content creator, at least, is you give them a jump start on what to do.
So yeah, let's jump to Sean really quick, and then we'll get into this, because we have just been setting up the dominoes this whole time. We haven't even gotten to the juice, the meat and potatoes of this, and I'm about to hopefully light a fire under some of your asses. So after we get done with segment 1, which is the uncomfortable segment, we'll start talking about the fight. Segment 2, let's just break it down really quick and we'll get to Sean. Segment 2, the monster within. Why you must embrace the dark side. You Star Wars fans will incorporate that well. Some of you might know Revan. That's a good example of it. Sean, I'm going to shoot this over to you now. What are your thoughts before we move on?
Unmuted me?
You're good.
Can you hear me?
You're good.
No.
You're good.
What is it? My YouTube comment, I think we'll sum it up. Men and women are supposed to complement each other. We're not supposed to compete against each other.
Exactly. Yep. And that's what I've been trying to rail home. Again, we used weak examples here for a reason. And I know it stirs some of you guys up, might tune some of you out, and that's okay. Those of you that are sticking around for the meat and potatoes are going to understand soon why I laid out what I did. Essentially, you just got a regurgitation of why we're being attacked and how we're being attacked. Misogyny this and gender roles need to change that. All right. Well, that's fine. But how did any of them that you just watched answer, how do we fix the problem with men in our society? Or more importantly, how do we fix this society? They didn't have an answer. None of them had an answer. Let me play a fun one for you. We're going to go into our next segment. Now, I can't play all of this. I do recommend you watch it. I actually strongly encourage you to watch it. His name is Michael Drift. When you're done watching our show tonight, why don't you go check out Michael Drift? He's on YouTube. It's called The War on Masculinity. I pulled this one up, and he's an entertainer. Most of us are, but he does a good job. He's got some good editing skills and some fun that he did with his video here. But I really like how he laid it out. And we're going to go ahead and put him on now so we can see his thoughts on this. There we go. Let's pull that up there. Full screen as usual. And I'll let you guys chew on this one from a man's perspective.
Is you, and you're being hunted down for being one of the last masculine men left alive in year 2045. And you're about 10 seconds away from being blown up into pieces.
Please. We're not gonna win this war.
However, the war on masculinity doesn't look like this. I mean, at least not yet. Today, it looks a lot like this.
It's big, beastie boo-boo sick.
I would just eat until I'm dead, probably. And video games are where I escape.
I don't sleep! I eat like shit! I have no friends, no social life, and I'm f***ing miserable!
He dedicates 8 hours a day role-playing as a toddler.
What the f*** is this?
That men can be vulnerable, that men can have feelings, that men can cry. So it's okay to be weak.
So I just got back from walking one of my papers and I vlogged the whole thing for you guys. It was a rather short video. Good, that's enough.
Are you... Is he serious?
Do you think men are important?
Like for what?
We'll take a break.
This can't be real. She's here. Well, it took you long enough, and I got the shows on Netflix laid out already. And we forgot to watch the episode of the Black Mirror yesterday. Can't believe you fell asleep.
Look,
And you said you wanted me to try the ice skating rink? Guess who got us 2 tickets tomorrow?
You did? Of course you did. Look, we need to talk.
What? You said you wanted me to try it? Oh, did you get into an argument with your parents again?
No, why are you like this?
Like what?
Just everything. It's exhausting. Okay? Ice rink, Netflix, my parents. It's too much.
Gentlemen, I'm going to jump in for just half a second. I'm sure some of you know where this is going. And I'm sure this is going to hit home for some of you, which is why I want you to see this. Again, this is a fairly long video. We're only going to touch on the first maybe 15 minutes or so, and then move on to the next topic. Like I said, 4 segments, so we've got a lot to cover. But what he's about to lay out here, again, it's acting, but we've been there. And I think he's been there. That's why he's so good at laying it out. This is the shit that we don't talk about. I don't actually think this is shit a lot of our channels talk about. But this little enactment here, this little segment, I've been there. You've been there. Anybody that's ever been in a relationship on this show, in the chat, as a man, we've been here. You see all that he just laid out, the whole world against him, essentially, the whole world telling him as a man he's a piece of shit. And then his woman comes home, the one person that he's supposed to be excited and happy for. And you can see that he has all the joy in the world that she's there. And he puts effort in. You can see that. He bought the ice skating tickets. Again, it's a skit, but still. You can see that he really is dedicated to this woman, right? In this little play here. And what happens next? We've all been through. It hit home. And I'm sure it's going to hit home for you. I need to read the chat really quick, too, before we get there. Let me see if we got any super chats. Looks like I got Rusty Rivers in here with the strong arm. Hell yeah, good to see it, man. Glad to see you here. Charles Darwin, take away man's purpose, you end up with a walking corpse. We had that on screen earlier. Broken Pine, preach it outlaw. I think we're a little bit behind in the chat, a little bit on YouTube. And we'll check Rumble, of course, too. Rusty Rivers giving a shout out to Jackal. Try to get to the ones that are direct comments, especially if you answered the question from earlier. It was probably the Marxists initially. Now you've got S-bags like the WEF. Yep. Cliff 3188. When society peaks, people becoming arrogant, and the good times will keep going. That hubris leads to decadence and inevitably societal collapse. Facts. Rusty Rivers. I don't think it's designed by men. I think it's just all repeating patterns of life. 7 spokes at a time, like I mentioned earlier. Yeah. Broken Pine. Resilience and discipline are shunned by the left. Yes, I agree there too. Chrome Dome Omega. True, Rusty. Humans are very prone to past mistakes and patterns. St. Louis Arch. The squirrel is going to get spun up about her. Yeah. All right. And Cliff 3188, that type of downfall might be influenced, accelerated by the society's enemies, but it usually happens from within. Yeah. Rusty Rivers, birth, growth, strength, peak, stagnation, decline, collapse, then renaissance, revival. Sean St. George, well, he's on the panel, so I'll just put that there for a second and move on. I am way behind in the chat. This is the part of the show where I have to say we're going to go to super chats only going forward. If you want to super chat or donate, that is Cash App. That's this thing right here that I'm fondling. Oh, yeah. Or, of course, on Rumble, you can super chat. So, yes, from here on out, because I'm seeing the chats blowing up, which, by the way, I appreciate you guys. I just know if I read it, we're going to go off in the weeds, and I'm going to be stuck on here way longer than I think you want to watch the show for. So, for the sake of keeping the show within a reasonable amount of time, we're going to go over to Rumble really quick, see if there's anything new over there. T2207. Copy. It doesn't read the chat. Yes, I do. I'm reading it right now. Gendai, how you doing, man? I see you there. The Dark Saint. You have to find your own purpose. Yes, you do. And the Dark Saint says you have to find your own. Oh, he said it twice in there. Okay. All right, we're caught up there. I do read the chat on Rumble. Takes me a minute, but we've gotten through that. And then I'll see if there's any Cash App donations. Let me refresh that really quick. Takes a minute to reload. Nothing yet. PayPal still clear. So we're good. We're going to finish off the video. But like I said, what I'm about to play, most of you felt.
What do you mean? I'm your boyfriend. It's because I love you.
And that's the problem. I don't feel this anymore. I feel guilty. Like every time I come here, it just makes me feel sick.
You feel sick because I'm a good boyfriend? I don't get it, babe. I'm confused. What did I do?
See, this is how you make me feel guilty. I'm tired of hiding it. I don't want to be in this relationship anymore.
What?
I stopped feeling the same way about us for a while now, and I just didn't know how to say it. And every time I would try to say it, you just come up with all these new things to try to keep me inside a relationship.
How many times, gentlemen? How many times you been there? And in his case, he's overachieving, right? Not always the case. Most of you guys are busy, have busy lives, don't always have time for all of that, but seems like he put in a lot of time and attention. Still wasn't good enough. Even when he put in maximum effort, she still says no. Now, could he be a simp? Maybe. Maybe we could see it that way. But he's in a relationship. He obviously cares about her. He puts in the amount of effort that she asks. And even then, it's not enough. And then you wonder why men don't put in an effort anymore. Well, that's part of it. Yeah. When you feel like no matter what you do, it's never going to be good enough, no matter how many times you try to accomplish the expectations she sets, you fall short. But in this case, how many times have you heard it in the chat, gentlemen, Rumble and YouTube included? How many times have you been in a relationship, no matter what you do or don't do, no matter how many things you correct or don't correct, just in general, how many times has the "I'm not happy, I think we should break up" come up? How many times have you seen it? It seems like it's the thing to do now. It's the common thing. No matter how good or bad it goes, it just seems to be how women act. You know, it's unfortunate. Can it be corrected? Yeah. But again, it's culturally driven. Everybody thinks the grass is greener, but it's fertilized with bullshit. I know I'm trying to keep it clean, but there's no other way to word that. Let's go back to that video.
One-sided, really.
No, please. I literally forgot to get you something for your birthday, and you didn't even think twice about it. And now here you are doing all this, and it makes me feel horrible. Okay? I can't keep living like this. I want to be free and live again.
I can't believe this. Please just tell me what I have to do to fix this. Maybe I can do a little less and not make you feel so guilty.
Who even says that? Like, don't you have any respect for yourself? Like, okay, look. I need to live my own life. Things have changed. I've changed. I want to go out and explore and not feel like I have to hang out with you.
You serious?
Look, babe, I want to try new things.
Like what? New dick?
And what if I already found it? I'm sorry. Look, I don't want to talk about this anymore.
You cheated? What did I do to deserve? What the fuck?
Ouch, she out here cheating on you and you're still begging her? That's crazy.
Who the fuck are you and where the fuck is my girlfriend?
Oh, come on, bud. We both know she ain't your girlfriend no more. Just keeping it real.
Yeah, yes she is. She still loves me. Every couple goes through this. I can fix this.
Yeah, classic first time breakup cope. Look, we don't have much time, okay? We gotta get going.
What do you mean cope? And who the fuck are you and where the fuck is my girlfriend?
name's Mr. Drift. And your girlfriend, at least if you want to keep calling her that, she's waiting for you after what we gotta do.
Maybe I fainted. I hit my head. I'm in a coma because this shit can't be real.
Oh, this is very real, buddy. But do me a favor, look in this camera and say cheese. It's about time you woke up.
Where am I?
Nice little place we can talk, you know. No use staying in that room after what happened.
How did we get here?
A cool little camera trick I got. I hit record, then we change locations.
And how is this happening?
Listen up, if you want any chance of getting your girlfriend back, then you're gonna pay attention to what I'm about to show you. Cool?
Okay. But you still didn't give a good explanation as to why.
All right. There is a war going on, okay? A war that has been waging for years, a dark truth that has been brewing in society, and it's about time you found out. However, I can't force you, okay? So you're gonna have to make a decision between two SD cards. You choose the blue SD card, plug it into this laptop, you return to your used-to-be girlfriend, and forget any of this ever happened.
Cool.
No, but you choose the red SD card. I plug it into this laptop, and I can show you just how deep the rabbit hole goes. What?
Way to totally rip off the Matrix. You couldn't be a little bit more creative?
Man, whatever. All right, whatever. First of all, Morpheus clearly failed, and my organization is much newer, and we're better, and we're more efficient, but that's not the point, man. The point is, do you want to get your girlfriend back or not?
I do.
You do? Okay then, so red SD card it is.
But she didn't tell me what's going on.
Doesn't matter, you know why? I just plugged it in. I made a decision for you, it's too late. Now do me a favor, and pay attention to this video right here. So you chose to find out the truth. See how deep the rabbit hole goes. Well, we're gonna find out if the truth was really what you wanted. Many can't stomach what I'm about to reveal, but to the few who do, rests a freedom you couldn't imagine. An understanding of the world that liberates you from the rampant disease and destruction around us. The war on masculinity isn't a physical war, but nor is it an intellectual or even cultural. It's a hormonal war. Testosterone, the principal male sex hormone, an androgen found in both male and females, but significantly more prevalent in men at 7 to 10 times the natural amount of females. A favorite in the bodybuilding community for its ability to increase muscle mass and strength. So much so, many go to the extent of injecting it in its synthetic form, steroids, despite legal and health repercussions. However, that's probably all you know about testosterone. I mean, you were never taught about the intricacies of the endocrine system and the importance of hormonal health. All you know is testosterone equals muscle. But is this just a coincidence? What if I told you this was a widely inadequate portrayal of its true power? That there are entities that don't want these secrets revealed to the public? That if you knew the power of testosterone earlier on, it could have quite literally changed the trajectory of your life? Well, this is no what if. Here are a handful of scientifically proven benefits of testosterone outside of muscle building that they don't want you to know. 1. Testosterone makes you richer. According to a study called The Testosterone of Trading, 14 out of 17 day traders earned more money on the days they had elevated levels of testosterone in the morning. John Coates, day trader turned neuroscientist researcher, believes that high testosterone levels is the secret mechanism behind these gains. 2. Testosterone makes you more attractive. This study proves that men with higher testosterone have more masculine faces than those with lower levels. Researchers concluded that these findings support the underlying consensus of attractiveness research that females are attracted to masculine features in men because they're an evolutionary mating signal communicating good genetics via high testosterone. Number 3, testosterone makes you happier. Contrary to popular belief, according to this study, higher testosterone does not make you this raging asshole. In fact, it does the opposite. This study testing the effects of testosterone replacement therapy on men with low testosterone shown that over 60 days, on average, positive mood parameters such as energy, well-being, and friendliness increased, while negative mood parameters such as anger, irritability, and nervousness decreased. 4. Testosterone makes you more successful. This study proves that a man's implicit power motivation is positively correlated with his baseline testosterone levels. To translate, it means the more testosterone you have, the more ambitious you are to climb the ladder of success. When grouping the findings of this study with the biological phenomenon called the winner effect, research indicates a positive feedback loop of winning leading to more testosterone and more testosterone leading to more winning. Therefore, it's safe to say higher testosterone literally makes you more successful. Number 5. Testosterone makes you a better person. To further prove the positive effects of testosterone on an individual's character, this study proved that when both men and women were injected with testosterone, they became more cooperative and altruistic in group situations. In addition, this study proved that testosterone administration on men before a self-reported game of dice, where the higher number they roll, the more money they make, the group of men who did receive testosterone lied significantly less than the placebo group on their self-reported scores. Okay, so let's get this straight. Higher testosterone is proven to make you richer, more attractive, happier, more successful, and a better person, yet all you knew about it was that it helps you make gains. Does that not inspire a little suspicion as to why you were never taught about this? I mean, I can speak for myself, but to hear this hormone was literally the limitless pill for life, right? Everything I ever wanted.
Unfortunately, we're going to have to move on here, but this video is pretty good, and it's going to get into the reasons as to why testosterone levels are depleting and why that may be intentional and everything else. But that's just part of the equation. But it is good to see that perspective. So again, I do want to leave you with this because I think you guys should go back and watch this whole thing. Again, is The War on Masculinity by Michael Drift. He does a really good job. High production value, better than anything I do, by quite a bit. So I do want you to check that out. But that's just a touch of what he has to say there, right? Obviously not the only thing, but you can see statistically testosterone levels dropping off. A lot of that is because of the use of certain chemicals in our food. Actually, alcohol, of all things, increases estrogen in men. There's several studies. But yeah, that's something I want you to watch. I really do. I really suggest when you're done with this video tonight, go back, Michael Drift on YouTube, check out that whole video. I think you guys will get a lot out of it. But for the sake of time, we got to roll into a quick break. We'll get the panel back on after this. We're going to get into segment 2. So let's hit that break really quick. I know you guys probably been sitting through this like a freaking lecture. You could use a break. So let's do the old Billy motivational video. That's me as Shia LaBeouf. Let's just get that out of the way. We'll get into segment 2, The Monster Within. think you guys will have fun with that one. And from here on out, I promise you're going to get pumped up. We're going to be heading into good territory here. So I wanted to kind of lay out the dominoes on the table. Now we're going to knock them down. So if you guys are looking forward to that exciting show I was talking about, segment 1 was all about laying the groundwork to get to the rest of this show. We're about to hit it. So once we get back, we're going to start rolling quick.
Success. Don't let your dreams be dreams. You should get to the point where anyone else will quit, and you're not going to stop there. So just do it. Make your dreams come true. Do it. Nothing is impossible. Do it. Make your dreams come true. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Just do it. Don't let your dreams be dreams. Yesterday you said tomorrow. Yesterday you said tomorrow. Yesterday you said no. You're gonna wake up and work hard at. You're gonna wake up and stop giving up. You're gonna wake up and work hard at. You're gonna wake up and make your dreams come true. Don't let your dreams be dreams. What are you waiting for? Yesterday you said tomorrow. Yesterday you said tomorrow. Yesterday you said no. You're gonna wake up and work hard at. You're gonna wake up and stop giving up. You're gonna wake up and work hard at. You're gonna wake up and wake up. Just do it. Make your dreams come true. Do it. Nothing is impossible. Do it. Make your dreams come true. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Just do it. Do it. Just do it. Nothing is impossible.
All right, here we go. I promised we'd get pumped up for the second segment of this. Let's get the ball rolling. You guys have heard enough of the doom and gloom, and that's not what we were here for tonight. But I had to lay the foundation. You guys have to understand where we're at if we're going to move forward. And that is the goal here tonight. So let's get started. Let's get back to segment 2, The Monster Within. Look at that. We're in segment 2. We have segments now. I love it. Okay, we're going to get the panel here in just a second. Why you must embrace the dark side. You most want to find what you most want will be found where you least want to look. There's a story and there's a video that I'll be playing here shortly talking about the dragon, ironically, being the only way to get to the gold in mythology. You have to face and slay the dragon in order to move forward. Right? You can't get the gold. You can't get the reward. And in some cases, some mythos, it'll be the girl that you can't get until you slay the dragon. King Arthur's knights entering the forest at the darkest point. We'll be getting into that too and why that's important. Strength without control is destruction. Okay? Keep that in mind. These are all topics we're going to be discussing here soon. A good man is not a weak man. A good man is a dangerous man who has it under control. And I talked about this a little bit earlier. We're going to talk about getting into your shadow self and absorbing that, learning that, harnessing that, because it is very important. Here are some examples of that. Look at Batman. You look at Batman. Everybody knows Batman, right? Batman has a very dark story. He is very, very in touch with his dark side. As a child, he watched his family being killed in front of him, right? He has a very high code. He doesn't believe in lethal weapons, but he does have a high sense of justice. Although, as dark as Batman's character is, he could easily become just as dark as the Joker is, right? Harry Potter is another example of that. And I know that's a silly example to some of you, but he's a rule breaker. Everything he does is against the grain, and the only way to get to where he wants to go is to break those rules, right? In order to protect the people that matter to him, he's willing to break those rules. But he had to incorporate a lot of that dark side in order to get there. They all had to walk a dark path to find power. Think of any examples in your life, whether it be fictional or real men. They all had to walk a dark path to find power. I got a quote for you from Jordan Peterson as well. If you are not capable of cruelty, you are absolutely a victim to anyone who is. Again, that's from Jordan Peterson. So we got some videos to jump into. Before we do, I want to get to the panel. This is the pumped up portion of the show. No more doom and gloom. Let's talk about turning around. I dedicated 3 segments to turning shit around. So if you made it through the first one, pat yourself on the back, because that was rough. But now that those dominoes are up, we can knock them down. And that's the fun part, right? All right, let's get the panel back in here. I see you guys sitting down there patiently waiting with your muted mics because I'm a jerk. Welcome back, gentlemen.
You a jerk? No.
Yeah, it's the very simple concept. I mean, what does anything you accomplish in life mean unless you go through the trials and fires of life to achieve it? What does anything you get as a reward in this life mean without those trials? You know, my father always had a saying when I was growing up that said, you know, if you don't go out there and earn it, you never appreciate it like you're supposed to.
Mm-hmm.
Some great words, man.
Heck yeah.
So none of this means, like I said earlier, it's purpose. The trials, the fires you deal with in life, that's the purpose. It creates the fuel for the purpose. Without that, none of these victories mean anything. They're empty. They're shallow. You know, I go back to Cars. I know that's probably one of the cheesiest movies ever to some people. But I think about, you know, that scene where Lightning McQueen and Doc Hudson was talking about the Piston Cup. You remember that scene?
Yeah.
I didn't watch it.
Said,
So.
you know, just look at those trophies because they're nothing but empty cups. All right.
Not wrong.
It was a very fascinating movie, you know, and watching the ending scene where Lightning McQueen learned that the trials to get to where he was at was what made the journey what it was. You know, winning the cups wasn't the goal. Getting to the cups was the goal, right? The
journey, not the reward.
The journey, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Hell yeah, gentlemen. On that note, we're going to get fired up into the next one.
Let's do it.
Let me see if I can share the dang screen here. We made it to segment 2. That is, congratulations again to all of you still watching, because I know the first portion was rough. But here we go. Let's get on with it, shall we?
Let's do it.
All right, here it is.
The devil whispered, "You cannot withstand the storm." The warrior replied, "I am the storm."
You are a warrior. You will get through the storm. You will show the storm who's boss. You will show everyone you are stronger than all things that have hurt you. You are stronger than your past. You are stronger than the challenges coming in your future. You will tell yourself, I don't invite life's challenges, but I don't back down from them either. I know we all face tough times. I know I'm not exempt from life's struggles, but I know I am strong. I know this will pass. I know there will be better days, but only if I keep fighting like a warrior, fighting with all my heart, the heart of a lion. The strength I have is like no other. I am not a survivor, I am a warrior. I don't survive, I thrive. I can do this, and I will get through this.
Warriors are built from the struggle, formed from pain, strengthened by adversity. Embrace your challenges and push through them like the warrior you are.
You are stronger than your past, and you are stronger than the challenges coming in your future. The strength I have is like no other. I am not a survivor. I am a warrior. I don't survive. I thrive. I can do this, and I will get through this. I make the best of bad situations. I see the opportunity in the struggle. I grow strength from my hardship. I am thankful for my hard times. They make me stronger. I am thankful for the pain. It makes me raise my game. I am grateful for the worst of times. It ensures my story will be a great one. From zero to hero. From nothing to something. From the bottom to the top. Here I come.
All right, gentlemen, let's jump in. Yeah. So, I'm going to tell you a personal story now. All right, as soon as I can figure out full screen myself here. All right, so some of you know my story, some of you don't. Been around the block a few times, not as many as some of you, more than some of the others of you. But I've been through some shit, man. I've been to the top, I've been to the bottom. One thing I know that sets me apart is that I have learned that every day I show up above ground, it is about fighting. It is about attaining my goals. You know, you have people in the workplace, and I'm going to just flat out say it. Let's just be honest and cut through the shit. You have people in the workplace, coworkers, friends, whatever, maybe bosses. But regardless, you have people that have the I can't do attitude. You have the people that I don't even want to be here. This isn't my responsibility. I shouldn't have to do this. I'll tell you what, every day I show up, every single day, I get what's done regardless of what it is. And you know what? I'll tell you right now where I'm at right now as compared to where I was. We'll get into that story. So right now I am, and I can't talk about details for obvious reasons, but I am a manager at my own store now, right? I'm in charge of hiring. I'm in charge of leadership. I'm in charge of inspiring my team, making sure I keep shit together, making sure we get shit done. I'm also in charge of, obviously, the metrics, all of the important things that go into running a business. I've had experience doing that outside of this. Now, I'm looking at the little background chat here. Okay. All right. I've been through some shit to get there. Matter of fact, I'm going to tell you a story. I was fired from the company I'm a manager at right now. And I come into this company and I got good mentors. I've got Marines. I've got guys that have walked through life and been through shit that I've never been through, right? I've got guys that are far more stoic, far more controlled, far more mature than I am. And some of them are younger than me. But I'll tell you what, having a good team, having a good group of men, having guys like this here, this is why I wanted to change. Segment 2, the monster within. I really want to challenge you. I really want to inspire you here. I've had men, whether it be in this community or in the work community I'm in, or friends in general, that have really inspired and helped me grow. I've been knocked down. And again, I was fired from the job. How'd that happen, man? Well, you see, long story short, I'll tell you flat out. I was dating somebody back in the day. You already know the end of the story now, because you already know where this is going. I was dating somebody. I got wound up in some bullshit, which led me into a very bad situation. Without getting into details, you guys can always ask me to do a follow-up video on it, but for the sake of time, I won't go into too many details. Bottom line is, I took the heat for some shit she did. Left me in a pretty dark space, including needing to make bond. Follow me? So, I wound up losing that job, was terminated. Even though I checked in, even though I was still calling, even though I was figuring out my situation, I got put in a bind, got a nice little set of bracelets on a Friday night. I was supposed to be there on a Saturday and a Sunday. By the time I got out on a Monday morning, they'd already terminated me as non-rehirable, never to come back. And turns out that situation got really dark. And you know how this goes. Even the prosecutors and the public defenders and attorneys will tell you 90% of the time, cases are finalized in plea deals. 90% of the time. Not trials, plea deals. And unfortunately, not having the money for attorney, just losing my job, I took a public defender, fought for 2.5 years, and finally said, I'll take the fucking plea whether or not I did it. I fought for 2.5 years because I know I had nothing to do with the bullshit she pulled. I'm not going to go into details here on this show tonight, but it was nefarious enough that she should never be a mother. And that's where I'm going to leave it. All right. Made it through all that shit. But because of that, I had to go through a stint where it was very hard for me to find work. And I went through it. I went through the mud. You know, something Pop told me the other day. I actually had a call with him right after I got promoted to this job as a manager. Yeah. He called me and said, you know what? You know what I like about you? This is Pop's words, not mine. He said, I like people like you. We're a dying breed. He says, we'll crawl through the mud, have the boots kicked in our face, be stomped down over and over and over again. And at the end of it, we still get back up. And I'm going to say this, even though this is family friendly. He said, we say, fuck you. And I did. And I got back up. So when I see people complaining and crying about how hard their life is and how shitty it is, I went and I finally found work right out the gate. And they were ugly jobs. They were contract jobs. They were jobs, you know, handed out to you when they came. And I got through that. I was very fortunate that I have the skills, the know-how, the knowledge to create my own business. And I used that. I used those skills and resources to build up a $61,000 a year income. While I'm still being supervised by the state, right? Finally got all that cleared out. I was able to finally apply. In Colorado, we have a 7-year rule where you can finally get your shit together if you survive 7 years of them saying, fuck you. So I made it through all that. And at the end of that, I found a job that I thought was good, turned out to not be so great, and I was scrambling. At this point, I had lost the contracts I had. I moved out of a big city down to a small town, and there's no work down here. And the job dried up. And I said, well, crap. So now I'm in the unemployment line, and I'm doing 5 interviews a day. I'm going out there. I'm taking any opportunity I can. I got a notebook full of who to call and who to talk to and who to go see. You know, and I like to knock on doors. I don't like to sit behind some internet on the computer here and have some interview on Zoom. I like to see in person. So I made it a point to go to as many of those interviews as I could. Nothing was working. Job market's crap. That's no fault of my own or any of you out there. You all know. Job market is garbage. And I went back to this company that I was non-rehirable by, and I put my best foot forward. I went in wearing a nice polo, nice pair of slacks, sat down, and I said, you know, I want to know what happened to the company while I was gone. I said, when I left here, it was a family-friendly environment. What I mean by that is people were inspired to be here. People wanted to be here. People were motivated. Anytime I've come into this store, any of these stores in this district, for the last decade, nobody wants to be here. Nobody's helpful. The customers barely get helped, and everybody's pissed off. Why is that? Because if you hire me back on, I want to change that. And I did. I did that interview. No idea that I'd be able to come back. And I got hired. He called me on the phone and said, turns out you're non-rehirable. I said, well, I want to fight it. All right, well, we can do that. Put in a case with HR. I fought it. And I got it. Took a year of driving out of town because there was no work in the city that I wanted the job in. So I had to drive. And you know what? That means I was spending my own money on my credit cards. I guess I was borrowing money on my credit cards because I didn't have it. Wasn't being paid enough because I was a manager in training. So I wasn't making the big bucks. Still got a bonus, but not the big bucks. The bonus about covered paying off the credit cards before they're maxed out every time. Every 3 months or so, I'd have to pay them back down. I got guys around me complaining about how this job sucks and I shouldn't have to take out the trash and I should make more money if I'm going to be here, if I'm going to take on more responsibility. I said, you know what? Fell into that trap for a while. I did. Kind of got down on it because everybody around me is toxic. And I remembered, why am I here? I want to change this environment. I see the toxicity. I see the old ways. I see the encroachment and the cockroaches coming out of the walls of the negativity that was instilled here. You know what? We still have something. A lot of people don't. There's a lot of companies shut down. Big Lots, one of them lately. All their stores are gone, right? All those employees are looking for work in an environment where there aren't many jobs. So I say, you know what? I'm going to knock off this attitude. I started listening to my mentors, the guys above me. I started listening closely what they had to say. I took those instructions. I took those lessons. I took that mentality, and I took that drive, and I did what I could. And you know what they did to me? Big bosses, they put me in a store with another guy being interviewed for the same position as me. And I was told, bottom line, ultimatum here. If you do not make it to manager, you'll be asked to step down, which includes a pay cut. I said, all right, what do I need to do to get there? You know, I already heard they had more faith in me than the other guy, but that's not the point. It was still, I had to talk to 4 managers, 2 district managers, a VPO. Actually, excuse me, 3 district managers and a VPO, vice president of operations. That's a big deal. And I had to convince them I knew what the fuck I was doing. And you know what? I'll be honest, I don't. But I care. I have passion, and I'll fight for what I believe in. In this case, I'm going to fight to get where I deserve to be because I've earned it. Because I didn't sit here and complain about everything that was wrong in my life. Instead, you know what I did? I took all those lessons from all the shit that I went through the last 7 years, and I said, I'm a fucking fighter. Excuse my language, I'm sorry. Getting passionate here. I'm a fighter. I make it through hard times. I make it through the crap. And you can too. You guys are here today. Some of you have been through some hard times. Some of you have lost everything you had. Some of you have been through divorces. Some of you have had false accusations made against you. Some of you have been through war, actual war, messed you up psychologically, physically, or otherwise, right? And yet you're still here. A lot of you that watch the channels like mine and Pops, Outlaws, all the other guys that do channels here as well. A lot of you guys know there's men in this space, probably some of them watching right now, that have been in dark space where had they not watched one of our shows, they might not be here tonight in the chat or on the panel. I'm one of them. Pop is actually the reason while all this shit was going on. I tuned into one of his shows. I don't know if I've told you this story before. I know I have on other channels, but on my own, I don't know. I got out the old long-range hole puncher after taking a plea deal for some shit that I wasn't involved in and quite frankly felt like my life was over. And I loaded it. And as selfish as that was, at the time I lost my place and I went to stay with my family for a while. And when my family's out of work, I'm drunk. I don't know how many bottles I'd mix them at that point. And my mom knew, but she knew I was a fucking wreck. And I decided I'm going to take a coin, special coin, one I had made for a charity. I'm going to flip that coin. If it lands the wrong way, fuck it. Well, it didn't land the wrong way. But I still didn't want to go back inside. I still didn't want to say, nah, fine. I said, all right, I'll flip the coin again. This time, if it flips the wrong way, whatever. Flips the other way, I'll call a friend. It flipped that way. You know what I picked? I picked the guy that never answers his phone. I picked the guy I knew would never answer his phone. I don't know if he watches my shows or not. He's always around. I still see him. He just shows up randomly in my life. It's a trip. I used to hang out with him every day, but he sucks at communication. He is like the worst friend if you want to be in communication with somebody. Anyway, I picked up the phone and I called him. And I told him, I said, man, you know what I've been going through. You didn't show up to the court date, but you were there. And I don't see any purpose anymore, man. Oh, my life is fucked. Excuse my language, I'm sorry. And he told me, go inside. Sit down, put something on. It'll be all right. Put that thing away. He came over like half an hour, 45 minutes later, whatever. I gave him the coin. He still has it, I'm sure. But the first video I put on, I sat down at my mom's dining room table. Still remember a square table with little granite tiles in it. Propped up the phone on like a cup. And Pop came on. And I don't remember the video, but he was talking about basically the same thing I just about did. And I feel like, even though my friend convinced me to go in, if I hadn't watched that video, I might have been there a week later. Right? But I turned on Pop and his humor and his bullshit and his choice of words, how he describes things, and talking about situations like I was in. I decided not to. And then I decided to start the show right after I found out Kevin Samuels had passed away. Right around the same time that, what was it, Coach Red Pill was taken in Ukraine. I was sitting there with my girlfriend, Cinco de Mayo, at a Mexican restaurant I really like up in Denver. And as much as I don't like the guy, Donovan Sharp had come on the show, on Pop's show. On Cinco de Mayo, I'm watching this with my girlfriend, of course. That's me. And that was the day I decided I'm going to make a show. I'm going to rebrand my own channel, and we're going to talk about this stuff. And for a long time, my channel just seemed to be doom and gloom, right? Not anymore. We're not going to do that anymore. But that's twice Pop inspired me. I don't know if he knows about all that. He tends to forget. I know I told him, but I don't know if he remembers. But that's my story. So anyway, I come into a negative environment. It's easy to pick up on that when you're in a toxic environment. And I said, no, I'm going to listen to the people around me that are inspiring me to grow, not the people that are inspiring me to be complacent and depressed and miserable and unhappy. The people that just want the bare minimum because they don't feel like they're getting enough. Well, you know what? I want more. I want more than I have now. And it's not about the money. It's not about what I could do with the money. It's about knowing that life told me no, to the point where I was sitting in a driveway thinking about using a long-range hole puncher. I want more. I want every last bit I can get out of it. And I'm going to keep fighting as long as I can to do it. Now, what am I getting at here? They say the people you surround yourself with, your 5 closest people, is going to be a reflection of yourself. It's absolutely true. So you can choose to surround yourself with people that want the bare minimum, complain about how they're not going to do more until they get more. Or you can buck the fuck up and start talking to people that want to teach you how to get more when you don't have it. And make those people close to you. People in this community, people that do shows in our community, they want better for you. I'm not happy if you're one of those people that are complaining because they don't have what they think they deserve. I'm not happy with you. But I'm going to be ecstatic with you if you ask me how to get there and put aside your grievances and start focusing on how to get there. Because that tells me you're ready to fight. And if you're ready to fight, I'm ready to fight with you and for you. And so are the men in this community. Let's jump back to panel before we get the next video. But that's something I want to tell you guys tonight. I've been to rock bottom. That's not even the first time. I've been to rock bottom 3 or 4 friggin' times now. I gotta reel in the language now. I was getting a little spun up. But I know what it's like. I know what it's like to be cheated on. I know what it's like to be fired. I know what it's like to be in a jail cell. I know what it's like to hit the bottom. But I also know what it's like to get back up. I know what it's like to fight. And I definitely know how it feels when that hard work and that fighting pays off. All that mud that you trudge through, all those boots that kick you down, when you finally get up and you say, I didn't give up, and you fought those demons and you got to know the darkest, deepest corners of yourself incorporating again your shadow self, getting to know the person in the mirror that you stare at him long enough. I think Carl Jung actually said it. If you incorporate getting to know the shadow self, you better be careful, because exploring the shadow self will take you all the way to the deepest depths of hell. Been there, done that, man. And I encourage you to do it, because until you incorporate that into your life, you're never going to make it to where you want to be. If you're still worried about the simple problems and simple complaints and irritations in your life, that's not the goal. The goal is to make you the strongest, bestest, fastest, most dangerous person you can be, and then learn how to control that and become the best version of yourself you can be. Let's go to panel. All right, gentlemen, jump back in there.
All right. Did you add Jackal, or did he bounce?
No, he's not back here anymore. Or is he? I don't see
He was in the private chat. All right.
Once I see an image, I can add him.
All right. Apparently he is here.
There he is.
No, we're gonna go through many ups and downs. Life is more of a roller coaster than it is a climbing a hill. You go up and down, up and down, up and down. Sometimes you go lower, sometimes you go lower the next time, sometimes you go lower to depths you never even thought were fathomable.
Yeah.
But like you kept along with the ride and you went back uphill again. You got to learn to I think we talked about this in the mental resilience, or I think the mental resiliency stream that we did a while ago.
Mm-hmm.
You just got to learn to kind of suck it up, or at least if you got plans for it, that helps with the impact. If you have countermeasures, that will help you out for the inevitable downslope that's going to happen at some point. Good times don't last. That's why you got to enjoy them while you have them, and then prepare for the bad times that are going to come eventually.
Absolutely, man. Outlaw, did you want to add to that?
Yeah, man, you summed it up perfectly. I don't think I could add anything to that. That was great.
Fair enough. Jackal, I see you, but I don't see. Well, maybe I see something. I can add you here momentarily. Codes of conduct going forward on these streams. I know it's been quiet on the panel. That's for a reason. We have a lot of stuff to push through. I've actually started scripting these shows so they're a little bit more coherent. Therefore, we do panel breaks and then we jump back into content. I will get you in. I do see you on some kind of image there. So we'll get your thoughts and then we're going to jump into it. What are your thoughts, man?
Well, I've said it before a couple times. We are forged like iron. You don't get stronger until you've willingly walked yourself, or sometimes involuntarily shoved into the forge, where you will be heated to the point where you can either crumble under the weight of your situation, your circumstances, the stress, the anger, the frustration, or you can keep it together just to be taken out of the forge and put onto the anvil to be hammered again by life. But every time you go through those cycles of being hammered and being brought to the point of melting, you get stronger. That's what it is. Anybody who has ever gotten success, everybody that you see at the top, if you honestly believe that they were just born special and just automatically showed up there at the top, like they just appeared, they spawned in at the finish line, you think that way because you don't see them on their way there. You see them when they have become the rising star. You see them at the point of which they have crossed the threshold of success, when their story is worth getting out. Do you really honestly believe that they're going to air some random loser's journey? No, they will show you the successful ones who have already gotten there. What they don't show you is the journey there, which is the critical information, the critical phase, which everybody needs to see. Because usually what happens when you look for inspiration, what do you find? You find the successful people and you go and you listen to them. No offense to any of them out there, but the way you convey yourselves, it seems daunting and it actually discourages many. Don't look at the finish line. Focus on the road ahead, because that is what you need to be focused on. Don't look at the goalpost. Look at the road to the goalpost, because that is the critical information you need. How to get there, because that's what's important. The goal is just a goal, a point at which you say, this is where I can stop, take a break, gather myself, and prepare for the next journey. Because until you are 6 feet deep in the ground, the journey never ends. Your life is a journey. It's a book. Every goal you set is a chapter. When the chapter ends, that's one goal met, but there's another chapter ahead. It doesn't end until you're dead. So don't ever say, all right, I've gotten here. I'm done. I quit. Don't ever say you quit.
Yep. And I'm going to jump in here really quick. It's funny you say that. You're actually making this is rock solid. That's I know we're on target. You brought up a point that's going to be a video I'm going to share a little bit later, and I've hinted at it a couple times. It's not about the end. It's about the hunt. That is what matters. That is what should inspire you. But also, you mentioned Forged in Fire. My manager yesterday at the inventory, or was it yesterday? The day before yesterday. Time flies. He pulled me aside. I think it was the day before. It was the pre-check or whatever. My former manager pulled me aside. And we were talking about different mentalities. Same thing we're kind of talking about here. And one thing he said, were you forged in fire or thrown to the wolves? And I said, man, I was forged in fire. He said, yeah. And a lot of the mentality around here, people seem to think they're thrown to the wolves. We forge those in fire that are going to come out on the other side a better person. Those that don't are going to become complacent and feel like they're thrown to the wolves. Now, that said, in this community especially, we give you the information. We give you the tools. I don't know that everybody's doing the greatest job of it. And I can't say that I know who is doing the best job and who isn't. But I'm going to do my best to give you the tools, because I want you forged in fire. I want each and every one of you coming out here. And you know what it is? I'm going to give you something he told me, and I'm going to carry it on to you guys, because I love the way he did it, and I have incorporated it in my own life. I'm going to give you the whole set of tools. Let me give you an idea what I'm talking about. Let's give a physical example here. I'm going to give you all the tools I have in my toolbox. In this case, I'm going to give you this tool, right? This has a bunch of tools inside of it. They all have a purpose. They all do something. Every single one of them. I think one of them, a pair of scissors, so forth and so on. I'm going to give you this tool. I hand it to you. I'm not going to tell you what every tool in that toolbox does. That's up to you to learn. I can't give you leadership skills. I can't give you that. That is something that is inherent upon each and every one of you watching this show today, tomorrow, or in the future. But I will give you the tools to the best of my ability. It is up to you to learn how to develop those tools. And more importantly, it's up to you watching this show, whether it's me, whether it's Pop, whether it's Outlaw, whether it's Jackal, whether it's Sean. If you need the guidance, it's to come back and ask me how to use the tool. What do you need? Because we will help you. We have a gilded community. If you go to redpillrhino@hotmail.com, send me an email. I'll get you an invite to that community. If you want to join Pop's community, I can get you in there too. We have a gilded community over there as well. If you need access to people that will teach you how to use the tools when you can't figure it out, ask us. Because God knows, I wish somebody had told me how to use some of the tools before I found the men I found now. So we're here for you. On that note, we got to jump to the next video and keep the ball rolling because we still have 2 segments to get through, and this is going a little longer than I thought it would.
You
But
mind
it's
if
a
I
good discussion.
interject before you do that?
Absolutely. Let me get you on
So
screen here.
it was a couple weeks ago. I was actually talking with Bacon of all people. He brought up a really good point. Is we could show everybody all the tools, but it is really up to you to get your butt out of the classroom and apply it in your life. You can't sit in the classroom by watching our streams and just being a viewer, absorbing information without putting it into practice.
I 110% agree with that. Listen, I can give you information. Bacon can. Aaron Clary can. Better Bachelor. You know, we got some other guys too. We got a lot of channels in our space, not just the big ones, but even the big ones. We can tell you all day long. We can inspire you. I can show you YouTube clips and we can talk about it. I can pump you up, but it's what you do when you walk away from here. I'm going to give you a simple one. Really easy. When you walk away from here and you go to your job tomorrow, are you going to bitch about the duties you don't like doing, or are you just going to do them? Are you going to be the guy that doesn't do anything more than he needs to, or are you going to be the guy that fights to take the guy's position that's above you? And I don't mean fight in a malice way. Work with him. How do I get where you are? Which one are you going to be? And more importantly, when you wake up tomorrow, are you going to make your bed, or are you going to leave it unmade and come home to the same filth you left from? Or are you going to take pride in yourself and have that discipline to start there? Wake up, make that bed. I don't ask for perfection, man. As long as you got the pillows in place and the sheets look tucked, that's something. But are you going to do it? Right? Where do you learn that discipline? Where do you learn that discipline? In the chat, where do you learn it? Who teaches you discipline? Anybody in the chat? Give that a couple seconds. We'll see what's been said in the chat here. But yeah, I want to challenge you. When you walk away from this video tonight, when you walk away from this space, when you turn off your phone or your TV or your tablet, whatever you're watching on, what are you going to do different tomorrow? That's my question for you in the chat. If you can tell me, give me an answer to my questions here. We're going to move on to the next one. I'll get back to the chat and check on the answers here. Let's see. I also want to ask you a couple other questions. Chat, you have some questions to answer. Please let me know a generic question you've answered. So tell me what question you're answering, because I'm going to give you a few. What's a moment in your life where you had to embrace your inner monster to win? Drop that in the chat. And if you don't know the answer yet, let's watch the next video. You might have a better idea. And would you rather be dangerous but controlled, or weak and safe? But why? Now, most of you are going to say dangerous but in control. Excuse me. Think about what that means. Think about what that means. Did you see that skit we watched about 20, 30 minutes ago, where he talked about get your girlfriend back and go back to sleep or learn all this? And it's going to be tough. If you want to be dangerous and in control, you're going to have to face a lot of ugly things about yourself. You're going to have to take a road that is not the most traveled, and it's going to be lonely, and it's going to be dark, and you're going to discover some things about yourself that you didn't want to know. But you'll get the control in the end if you learn to harness it. Or you could take the easy road. You know, everybody else do everything for you around you. You're safe, you're comfortable, you're compliant. You can ask for the bare minimum. Some of you, I know I have younger viewers, you can stay at home, live with your mom, work the minimum wage job, expect the bare minimum. Don't do anything. Be weak, safe, secure. Everything's fine. Or you can take the risk. Let me tell you, my answer is, as far as I know, I only get one life. I'm already all in. All my cards are on the table. The game's already been played. Dice have already been rolled, and the poker game already has all the cards down. I'm all in. So why not take the risk? That's my answer. I again can't give you the answer for you. But if I know the ultimate thing in my life is death, and we're all playing the same game, we all have the same cards, at some point we are all going to expire, why not take the risk while you have it? Because I can't guarantee you when the cards finally are at the point where you're folding. Catch my drift? So if you're all in, may as well take that risk. That's just me. Let's get into this next video, though. I think this one will help you a little bit, because we got to talk about the dark side here. Let's get to it. I'm going to throw it on screen here. I'm going to mute these guys in the background, just so we have clarity while we're watching this. Here we go. Mute myself, too, actually.
Basically, in a recent interview, you talked about how myth is meant to reconcile inherent contradictions in reality, right? But I'm sort of stuck between two mythological or psychoanalytic ideas that I think are both really important, but they seem to have an inherent contradiction within them that I've been trying to figure out. So on one hand, you have this idea that there's times in your life where you have to identify things in yourself that are insufficient, or there's a problem somehow that you have to kind of have a controlled burn, or like a phoenix-like transformation where you discard part of yourself that doesn't fit or is not working. But then on the other hand, you have talked about this Jungian idea where as you become when you get older, you mature by reincorporating things about yourself that you lost when you were younger, or that you're trying to integrate your shadow, or you're trying to find parts of your personality that maybe you've been rejecting and try and figure out how to bring them into the fold or into the whole. So he's got this quote that I really like, which is, "I'd rather be whole than good."
Right.
So on one hand, you may identify something as a problem and you want to get rid of it or burn it off. But then on the other hand, it seems like the path to being stronger is to figure out how to put everything together.
So there's a one of the things Jung wrote about in his works on alchemy was an explanation of the prime alchemical dictum, which was solve coagula, which meant dissolve and integrate. Right. So imagine this. So imagine you had a fairly hostile father who was not very well controlled in his aggression. Decent person other than that, but let's say that. And so your reaction is, I'm never going to be aggressive. And so you've built a moral structure that's part of your personality. And there's possibility floating around outside of that you've denied any ethical, what would you say? You've stripped the idea of aggression of any ethical utility whatsoever. Okay, so what happens? This burns off, and then that comes back up. Now you still have to integrate it. So it's associated in some sense with Nietzsche's idea as morality as cowardice. Because one of Nietzsche's most trenchant critiques of traditional morality, let's say, is that most of what passes for morality isn't morality. It's just cowardice. It's not that I'm a good person and I don't hurt you. It's that I'm afraid to hurt you. And because I don't want to admit that I'm afraid to hurt you, then I say I'm moral, because then I can mask my essential fear and cowardice in a guise of morality. And that happens far more often than you would think, because harmless and moral are by no means the same thing. So some of what you're burning off, you can sit, and this is where Freud was such a genius, I think, is because he concentrated on aggression and sexuality, which are perhaps the two most difficult parts of a personality to integrate. Said that the hypersimplified morality stops you from tapping into deeper recesses of your psyche. And it's partly because they're primal forces. It's not surprising that you don't want to have anything to do with them, that you stay away from situations where they might make themselves manifest. But the problem is, by denying the worst in yourself in that manner, suppressing it, you preclude the possibility of the best. Because no one can be a good person without integrating their capacity for aggression. Because without that capacity for aggression, you cannot say no. Because no means, if you really say it, no means there isn't anything that you can do to me that will make me change my mind. Or conversely, it means I will play for higher stakes than you will. And unless you've got your aggression integrated, there isn't a chance you can say that. And if you did, no one would take you seriously because they'd know it was just a show. So one of the most useful things that Jung did, I think, was to work on this idea of the integration of the shadow, because he was really interested in the idea of evil, right? Especially working with trying to parcel out what happened in Nazi Germany and during the Second World War. What do you do with the part of you that's aggressive and potentially malevolent? Do you just crush it? That's the superego response in some sense. Do you just put it behind you, so to speak? Is that a possibility? Or do you admit to its existence and bring it into the game? And that's, see, for Freud, in some sense, morality was superego clamping down on the id. And they were fundamentally opposed. Both Jung and Piaget had a different idea, and I think they were right. It's like, no, you invite the bad guys out to play. And so you're an aggressive hockey player, but it's disciplined aggression. That gives you access to a whole sorts of energy you wouldn't otherwise have. And then with regards to sexuality, it's like, well, untrammeled promiscuity doesn't constitute a virtue, but neither does unavoidable virginity, right? In fact, I think that's worse because it also masks itself with virtue. It's like, well, you should be able to do things that you wouldn't do. That's like the definition of a genuinely moral person. They could do it, but they don't. And that's not cowardice. And so you burn off the things that get in the way of that integration.
So when you say dissolve and integrate, might it be a good way to sort of bring the two ideas together, that the burning off and the difficult process is necessary because the elements of yourself are structured together in a rigid way that is not working properly? And
yeah, that's what happens to Geppetto in the belly of the whale. He's so caught in his presuppositions that he can't escape, right? And so Pinocchio represents the new force. So it's very interesting. So when you watch Pinocchio try to rescue him, the first thing Geppetto does is confuse Pinocchio with a fish because he wants something to eat. But Pinocchio is better than something to eat because he can rescue him so he doesn't need to eat. And then Pinocchio wants to make a fire and Geppetto objects because he's going to burn up all the furniture. It's like, we don't need the damn furniture if we're getting out of the whale, you know? And so Geppetto, and he's old, so that's the rigid structure. That's the old year that has to die off before the new year can be born. It's a forest fire that allows for new growth, and that's how those things are put together. And it's useful to know too, because if you burn something off, you might think, well, there's nothing left. It's like, that's not true. If it's dead wood, then you have room for new growth. And you want to be doing that on a fairly regular basis. That's the snake that sheds its skin and transforms itself, right? That's the death and resurrection from a psychological perspective. It's exactly the same idea. Now, we don't know the upper limit to that, right? Because we don't know what a person would be like if they let everything that they could let go, and only let in what was seemly, let's say. But you can see that. It's funny. We don't know that to some degree. You can see people start to do that without, that's not a rare experience. And people improve very rapidly. They can improve their lives very rapidly. A lot of it's low-hanging fruit. Like, if you just stop doing really stupid things that you know are stupid, your life improves a lot. So, and it frees you up. It also means there's an element there that's also associated with pride. Because people tend to take pride in who they are. And that's a bad idea because that stops you from becoming who you could be. Because if you're proud of who you are, you won't let that go when it's necessary. You won't step away from it. You know, and then you end up being your own parody, something like that. That's also a very bad idea. You want to be continually stepping away from your previous self. And so, and I guess part of that too is that you have to decide, you know, are you order? Are you chaos? Or are you the process that mediates between them? And if you're the process that mediates between them, you are the thing that transforms. And that's the right attitude for a human being, because that's what we are. We're the thing that voluntarily confronts chaos and transforms. That's what we are. And so for better or worse, that's our deepest biological essence, you might say. And so you can let things go if you know that there's more growth to come. So, yeah.
All right, so on that note, let me jump in here really quick again, keep the ball rolling. I'm going to tell you, I've had experiences in my life. So we talked about the other manager manager in training I was up against. One of the worst things you can be, one of the worst things you can do, let me change that a little bit, is not incorporate that dark side. So you can be naive, power hungry, controlling, manipulative, and think you're a good person. Right? What would have happened? Think of a situation in your life where there's a person who has the need to control others. There's a person that is really good at policy and procedure and operations and all that, but they just have this desire to control people. But they think they're a really good person and they do everything they can. I am kind of asking and also telling a story because you know these people too. They want everybody to like them. They invite them over for dinners and offer them a place to sleep when they don't have a bed. But at the same time, you can see they have this lust for power and control. Usually from a lack of development in themselves or some abuse they went through, whatever it might be, they never faced their dark side. And let me tell you, somebody that has, it scares the ever-living shit out of me to see someone in a position of power that has never seen their darkest side. Because they can't, and Jordan Peterson says it very, very succinctly, they cannot be a good person until they have faced their dark side, until they have become a monster, and until they have learned to control and harness that, and then not be. There was somebody in the chat, I put it up on the screen there. Somebody in the chat was talking about how Optimus Prime's character came to be a thing. Let me see if I can find it. It's probably too far gone now. Let me see. Yeah, it was up there a ways. Oh, man. There it is. Shadowhunter 017. Peter Cullen, the original voice of Optimus Prime, had a brother who told him something that he had took to his portrayal of Prime. Be strong enough to be kind. Until you know how ruthless, how dark, how bad you can be, you can never learn how to actually incorporate the good side of you. So let's go back to the person that you and I might know, right? Somebody that desires the power and control, the need of acceptance of his peers, as well as the people above him. You can call them brown nosers, if you will. But they have this desire to control, just not themselves. They want to control you. They want to control me. They want to control everything. They want dominance, power, control, money. There's two problems there. One, they've never looked in the mirror long enough to see how shitty they are inside and how to control and develop that monster into something that is harnessed and controlled completely. But two, and more importantly, that unharnessed, weak-minded person will destroy the lives of everyone around him if given the opportunity. One example, Nazi Germany is a good one. When you have unbridled rage in which you feel the need to right the wrongs of everything around you, but you have not done the work on yourself, you are more dangerous than anyone who has faced their own monster. I would much rather befriend everyone in this room, everyone in this chat, everyone in my life that has seen and been and done the darkest things they can do and then learned how to control it than I would ever trust somebody that says, I'm a good person. I would rather know that you're a monster. And I would rather know that you've learned how to control that than I would ever trust somebody that would give me the shirt off their back. Those people scare me because their ultimate desire is for control. And this leads to my last point. People like that don't desire the hunt. They want the cup, as Outlaw mentioned with the Cars movie. They want the cup. They can't see the joy of the hunt. They can't see the thrill and everything you get out of it and all the growth and all the friendships and all the things you accomplish on the hunt. All they can see is the cup. All they can see is the power. And it blinds them because, again, they haven't put in the work. So I'm asking you right now for a commitment. If you haven't yet, start working on that. Start working on that dark side of yourself. Start committing to learning the hunt, not just the pursuit of the ending. Because I'm going to tell you right now, here's a fun fact. Kind of that Irish myth, the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow, but the end of the rainbow never, ever can be found. There is no cup. There's only the amount of damage you do to everyone around you if that is your ultimate goal. You will hurt a lot of people, and maybe you'll get something. Maybe you'll get accreditations, accommodations, awards, money, financial gain, right? But how many people do you hurt and destroy along the way? So ironically, I ask that you go on a hunt and you find that monster inside of you. And you go into those deep depths that you don't want to face, the place you don't want to go. That's where you start. You don't start by looking at the finish line. You start by looking yourself in the mirror and finding the guy you don't like that's sitting in front of you. Or the girl, if there's a few of you ladies watching. That's where you start. You find the person in you that scares you and harness that. All right, let's get back to the panel really quick here. Let me get you guys off the mute. All right,
That's
anybody?
crazy.
I guess I'll just start off. Like I posted in chat, I'm not exactly a good person. There are things that I have done in real life and things that I have been trained to do that are very harmful to other human beings. But it's a lot of self-control that keeps a lot of that in check. We were joking about it on Cliff's broadcast without a service last night with intrusive thoughts. There's a certain kind of check I have to put in place when it comes to an intrusive thought and indulging in it or just even hearing it out. Is it worth the jail time? Because if it's worth the jail time, we know there's a certain commitment to that. If it's not worth the jail time,
right,
cut your losses, regroup, fight another day.
Absolutely. That is very well said. Who wants to follow up on that? One of you guys got to top that one. I'm going to let you try.
Well, not the whole time I was listening to that, I kept thinking about that. I don't know if it's a parable in the Bible where it talks about gold when it's put in the fire, when it's tried in fire, it burns off impurities.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's pretty much what we're talking about here tonight. The trials you go through in life, the fires, they're burning off impurities. They're burning off those imperfections or those mental mistakes, I guess you could call it, right? Purifying it, simplifying it. And when other people sees that, you know, I think it motivates them, right? What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. I think that's the whole thing about it. There's nobody that's really a good person. We're all imperfect people.
Yeah.
I think goodness is something you strive to be. I think our default state is imperfect, destructible. I think that's a point you work towards, is being a better person. Right?
Hell yeah, man. Absolutely. Jackal, do you have any thoughts before we get into the next point?
Well, I can try to top whatever was said. I was half paying attention. This is going to be my last thought here because I'm about to jump over with Chaos to play Killing Floor. But before I go, I'm going to make sure I get this point across. So I'll try to keep it concise. It doesn't make you stronger to say, I just won't, because inside you know you can't. It makes you stronger to know what you're capable of, but choose to not do it. I think I put it in the chat here and see if I can scroll back and find it. I worded it oddly, but the man who could but won't is more respected than the man who wouldn't because he can't. You choose to be meek. You choose to be soft because you want to appear to be a kind soul, as some would call themselves. That doesn't project a respectable individual. That projects a weak individual. A good example of what Jordan Peterson described in that seminar that he was giving to that one, I'm assuming that was a student that asked that question. Desmond Doss, a Medal of Honor recipient, I think one of the only conscientious objector to ever receive the Medal of Honor that I know of. I could be wrong. A man who grew up with a very PTSD-ridden father, a veteran of the First World War. I don't know if this was just a scene done for cinematic and dramatic effect, or if this was a tale that he gave the production crew where he actually had his father at gunpoint with his own gun that he had to take out of his hands because he was about to shoot either himself or their mother. But at that point, Desmond knew he could take a life, but chose not to. He chose to go into the hellfire of battle. I believe it was Iwo Jima is where Hacksaw Ridge was, where a man would normally be crying for a weapon to defend himself, but he willingly chose to charge into that forge unarmed, with the sole objective of putting little bits of life back together where the rest of it was being torn apart around him. That is what makes a strong man. Choosing to not draw the sword. Approaching the world with the sword drawn projects weakness. You notice little dogs, how they will always act aggressive? They have to project that way because they think if they don't, with their small stature, they will be easily walked upon and crushed by larger animals. Whereas large animals, they are calm, collected, but always ready to draw the weapons because they know they don't need to. Just being calm and collected at their size Nobody wants to mess with them in the first place. It goes the same way for humans. Usually the guy who's quiet and doesn't chime in unless he has something relevant to add to the conversation is usually the one who is not messed with. Because that one that stays in his corner, maintains his composure, retains his stature there, his demeanor, stoic, unfazed, and seemingly untouchable, is untouchable. What are you going to do to him? He is completely, he doesn't care about what you're doing because he knows that if he needs to, he can crush you in a second. But the man who is constantly flinging threats around the room, you so much as look at him and he blows up on you, gets up in your face, tries to put on a big show. He's a paper tiger. You actually show a little bit of resistance. You will see just how weak he truly is.
Well
because
said.
he has to put all of that up for nothing. All right.
Very well said.
This is a good show. Excellent topic here, Rhino. You're running it good. I'm going to head on out. I will talk to the rest of you later, either on Gilded or anywhere else. Everyone, stay strong. Do not let this world break you down. You have one life. Make the best of it. Remember, you are the author of your own life story. Don't let anybody tell you what you can and cannot do. You're the author. You write it how it goes. If you want success, write that you will have success and start taking action. Get out of the classroom, start applying the lessons, and see the results. You will put a smile on your own face. I guarantee it. Stepping out and doing it, you will feel the difference. Good night.
All right, man. Thank you. All right, let's go into the next one here. Some of you are probably wondering, what is this shadow self? What are you talking about, Rhino? For those of you that don't know about Carl Jung, he is basically the apprentice to Carl Jung. Not Carl Jung, Sigmund Freud. Had some of his own ideas. I tend to like him a little bit more. I think he's more grounded in reality. Although he talks about some stuff that doesn't seem very grounded in reality. He talks about dream archetypes and everything else, but he's a pretty solid psychologist as far as I'm concerned. Let's talk about Carl Jung. Let's talk about incorporating the shadow self. I'm going to play a 10-minute clip here. I'm just going to play it through. No interruptions. And by the end of it, you should have a better idea of shadow self. And then we'll move on to segment 3, which I'm looking forward to. Been looking forward to segment 3 all night. What is segment 3? The Lion and the Gazelle, a lesson in survival. I have been looking forward to this one since we started the show. So if you're still with me, I'm pumped up. I hope you're pumped up. I hope this has been beneficial to you. You've taken something from this. Even if it's a small thing, if you guys have taken anything from this show tonight, it means all the difference. It means this show did what I intended it to do. On that note, shameless self-promotion. Again, if you want to donate to the show, this thing in the corner here, also links to PayPal and Cash App are, of course, in the description of our videos on Rumble, MGTOW, and YouTube. You can also email me at redpillrhino@hotmail.com, and I can add you to our Gilded community, in which you can touch base with us and share in the conversations we don't have online. Some of them quite crazy, other ones quite constructive. So we have a mixture of both in there. I can also add you to Pop's community if you'd like. And then finally, well, I think that's it. So, we're demonetized on YouTube. I think I already said that. So if you want to super chat, you have to do so on MGTOW.tv or Rumble. I will read super chats, of course, and Cash App donations. I also read if you include a comment. On that note, let's talk about Carl Jung and incorporating the shadow self. Let's see what that's about.
presentation was written and recorded by Eternalized. This after-school presentation was written and recorded by Eternalized. Swiss psychiatrist and psychologist Carl Gustav Jung is the founder of analytical psychology and revolutionized the field with his in-depth exploration of the unconscious. Through his confrontation with the unconscious, he explored the dark side of human nature, while many denied it and focused solely on the light side. It is a fact that we all go through dark times, as we're gradually assaulted and overcome by the trials and tribulations of life. Jung writes, "It is high time we realized that it is pointless to praise the light and preach it if nobody can see it. It is much more needful to teach people the art of seeing. It is becoming increasingly more common to display only the pleasant parts and highlights of our lives. This one-sidedness creates an artificial view of life in which our dark side is buried and considered taboo in society. And as we see other people with their seemingly amazing lives, we become even more resentful and disappointed with ourselves. We see our behavior as socially unacceptable and try to conceal our emotions and contradict our real self. This forms the persona, a false social mask that makes us appear more likable to others to the detriment of our mental stability, and which ends up negatively affecting our whole life. We unconsciously let other people live our life for us, and we become inauthentic, mere numbers in the crowd. It is impossible to progress towards self-realization if we are presenting ourselves as someone different to who we really are. When we realize that we have been living a lie, the false mask shatters, and we come face to face with the emptiness of ourself, which may result in an existential crisis. Authenticity opens the path towards self-realization. With a radically honest view of life, we can progress towards psychic wholeness by acknowledging our dark side that most people cannot bear to look at. We mustn't repress our darkness, but rather confront it. Nobody is perfect, and taking responsibility to acknowledge this can bring relief to others and a feeling that they are not alone. Jung writes, "There's no light without shadow, and no psychic wholeness without imperfection. To round itself out, life calls not for perfection, but for completeness, and for this the thorn in the flesh is needed, the suffering of defects, without which there's no progress and no ascent." One does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious. The persona, as well as all our defects, insecurities, repressions, and memories long avoided, feed and form our shadow, the unknown dark side of our personality. The shadow is everything which one has no wish to be. It follows us around all our life, both literally and metaphorically. We may try to ignore it consciously, but it will always form a part of our unconscious personality. It is not some detached thing that can be avoided. It is a part of you. To go against the shadow means to go against yourself. We are all capable of good and evil. That is the only reality. It is important to know how much good we can do and what crimes we are capable of. And knowing this, choose not to do evil. That is the true moral position. The shadow is commonly mistaken as an enemy or evil entity. However, it is really exactly like any human being, who sometimes resists or sometimes gives love, whatever the situation requires. The shadow becomes hostile only when it is ignored or misunderstood. A frequent nightmare consists in being chased or confronted by a scary monster or shadowy figure. But when one confronts the figure and questions it, it starts to take on an amiable appearance. To honor and accept our shadow is a profound spiritual discipline. The shadow of an aggressive person contains tenderness, relatedness, and sincerity, while the shadow of a shy person would be assertive, responsible, and confident. It has a compensatory role and represents everything that we lack. the shadow contains pure gold as psychological insight, waiting to be integrated into our personality. This inner gold is all our potential and ideal self, which we all look up to in life and strive to become. And for that reason, the shadow is our ally in the journey of life. The less we acknowledge our shadow, the more it is liable to burst forth suddenly in a moment of unawareness. Everyone carries a shadow, and the less it is embodied in the individual's conscious life, the blacker and denser it is. In the story of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, Jekyll tries to repress his dark side, but instead ends up giving life to his shadow, Hyde, who takes control over him as an autonomous personality and performs evil acts against his will. The dissociation takes on the form of a physical change, rather than, as in reality, an inner psychic state. It must be us who integrates our shadow and not the other way around. We talk about being able to control ourselves, but self-control is a rare and remarkable virtue. The result of ignoring our shadow is psychological projection, where we unconsciously attribute our own unacceptable thoughts and feelings to other people. Projection is always easier than assimilation. By pointing our finger to other people, we reduce the discomfort and anxiety about ourselves and avoid taking responsibility to admit that we are in the wrong. Our world takes on an illusory existence, and what is being spun is a cocoon, which in the end will completely envelop us. This can also negatively affect the relationships we have with our friends or loved ones, which we often take for granted. We do not value what we have until we lose it, and once we do, the whole world takes on a dark appearance, and we fall into a depression, filled with sadness, self-hatred, and regret. Projection can also appear collectively when people think it is they who are wrong and they who must be fought against. The tendency to see one's shadow out there in a specific person or a group of people is the most dangerous aspect of the modern psyche. The collective shadow ultimately leads to war, economic chaos, strikes, racial intolerance, and more. The scariest part is that people are entirely unaware of being immersed in it. Our good qualities remain dormant until we acknowledge the existence of our personal shadow. All our energy lies in our shadow, and ignoring it makes us feel lifeless, exhausted, and lazy. A confrontation with one's shadow fills one up with energy and stamina, which we can use for our daily tasks and work. This can be done through shadow work, the practice which includes self-awareness, watching one's emotional reactions, being radically honest, and paying attention to one's dreams. The paradox of human existence is that to experience the light and true happiness, we must descend into the dark. The true source of light is that which endures and continues to burn in the depths of the darkness. The figure of the wounded healer is one who is at home in the darkness of suffering and finds light and recovery, a sort of creative depression which is the cry of the soul for growth. We should not try to cure it, because it cures us. We should experience what it means, what it has to teach, and what its purpose is. This shamanic figure has learned to cure himself and find the gold in his shadow, and bring the wisdom to his people. We stop fearing the darkness once we know the phoenix in us will rise from the ashes, for only that which can destroy itself is truly alive. By becoming our authentic self and integrating our dark side, we can also become consciously aware of the collective shadow and not fall prey to it. This allows us to positively influence other people to do the same, improve our lives and the lives of those around us. People often asked Jung, "Will we make it?" referring to the cataclysm of our time. He always replied, "If enough people will do their inner work." Jung provides us with ways to explore the unconscious and achieve a better understanding of ourselves, the world, and other people. He tells us that we must have a dark side if we are to be whole. By denying the darkness, we are denying half of ourselves. The place where light and dark begin to touch is the most profound experience we can have in life. It is the union of opposites that gives rise to the self, the totality of our personality, and the main goal of human psychological development. The sole purpose of human existence is to kindle a light in the darkness of mere being. If you're interested in learning more about the works of Jung, head over to my channel Eternalized, where I have explained these concepts more in depth. Thank you for watching.
All right, so that is that. I do recommend you go over there and check that out more if you're interested. I'm going to skip through some articles for the sake of time. We've already gone a little bit longer than I anticipated, as I said. Why don't we do this? I encourage you to check out shadow work. I think anytime you can look into that more, it's beneficial. Some of you will have gone through it just purely because life required it, but some of you haven't done that yet. And I definitely think it would behoove you to look into it more. Like I said, I don't think you can begin to become a good person until you've looked within inside yourself and found all of the things that you don't want to see. It's at that point that you can start your path towards personal growth. Now, we're about to hit segment 3, and I think we owe it to Billy to show his video as our break. So we'll do a break really quick, and then we'll jump right back into segment 3, which will get you motivated a little bit more. We're going to talk about the lion and the gazelle. In the meantime, enjoy a short film by Billy. Kind of incorporates a shadow, actually. What is Real is the title of the video. It's very much based in Blade Runner lore. And it is, if you were to analyze it, some people go a lot deeper than I do. But the lore of Blade Runner signifies the replicant. Is the replicant any less real than the people that hunted? And if you know the story of Blade Runner, the replicants were sent to off-world colonies to work basically as slaves to mine in dangerous environments. And many of them escaped coming home because they were implanted with false memories, childhoods and mothers and families and birthdays. And so they felt humanity. They wanted to be human, and they came back to Earth to be human and were hunted to death by Blade Runners. Ironically, if you follow the lore deeper than just the films, the Blade Runners themselves find situations in which they question their own reality, and are they perhaps the replicants? It's a very interesting story if you go deeper. Broderbund made a video game back in the day, 1998, I think it was released. Very good playthrough. Gives you choices. And some choices, you're just a cop hunting Blade Runners. But if you dig deep enough, you'll find you may not know reality. And so this is Billy's interpretation of it, using me as inspiration. So we'll check that out, see what that's about. We'll jump to panel when we get back, and then we'll get into our next video. Here we go. What is Real by Billy Von Baum. Yeah, he never ceases to amaze me. Every time I think he's topped himself, he tops himself again. Looks like Sean is tapped out really quick. I'm gonna just go ahead and roll the next one really quick. Unless, let me see if Outlaw, did you want to jump in really quick for anything? That's gonna be a no. All right, let's get to segment 3, the lion and the gazelle. I think you guys are gonna like this segment. This will go quick. Segment 3, segment 4, kind of just the trail end, a little bit of inspirational stuff that'll help you going forward. All right. Eric Thomas, the story about the lion and the gazelle. That's what we're about to watch. Here we go. Let's roll it.
If the lion is the king of the jungle, how can he be the king of the jungle? If he's not the biggest, the elephant is probably one of the biggest. He can't be the fastest because that's a cheetah. He can't be the smartest. So he's not the biggest, the fastest, or the smartest. So how does a lion become the king of the jungle? His mentality. That's the only difference of a lion and an elephant. When a lion walks up and sees an elephant, he thinks lunch. An elephant thinks run. And it's all mentality. Because when a male lion walks up, he may be outnumbered by a pack of hyenas, but I'm king of my jungle because of my mentality.
What happens when you're a gazelle and you're not being pushed, you're not being prodded, you're not given a reward, nobody's encouraging you? What happens when you're a gazelle and the lion's not chasing you anymore? You stop running. But what happens when you're a lion? When you are a lion, it does not make a difference. You realize that if your family is going to eat, that if that pack of lions is to survive, then you gotta go hunt. A part of being a beast just ain't eating a gazelle. A part of being a beast is the hunts. It's the hunt that they're excited about. They like to see the gazelles run. Then boom, they take off. Because real lions like to hunt. They love the process just as much as they love the prize. And some of y'all just want to score. You don't like the process. You're not in love with the process. A true hunter's goal is not the prize. A true hunter's goal is to hunt. That's what they live for. They live to hunt. They don't just live to catch it. It's the whole process. When you are a true hunter, you don't go by time, you go by the gazelle. When you are a true hunter, you hunt until you get a gazelle, and you don't stop until you get one. And then you get another, and then you get another, and you get another. If you're gonna do what you say you're gonna do, be what you say you're gonna be, you're gonna have to lion me out. You a gazelle, you're gonna come up short. You a gazelle, you're gonna have an average experience. You a student, I need you in lion mode. You an entrepreneur, I need you in lion mode. You trying to lose weight, lion mode. You can't do nothing significant in gazelle mode, nothing. Nothing impressive happens in gazelle mode. Nothing happens in run mode, give up mode, quit mode, scared mode, fearful mode, nothing happens. Everything happens in lion mode like I'm coming to get you.
All right. So there we are. The lion or the gazelle. It's your choice to choose, but I know which choice I would make. Let's go and talk about this a little bit, and then we'll jump back into panel. Every morning in Africa, a gazelle wakes up knowing it must outrun the fastest lion or it will be killed. Every morning in Africa, a lion wakes up knowing it must run faster than the slowest gazelle or it will starve. It doesn't matter if you're the lion or gazelle. When the sun comes up, you better be running. I hope that sticks with some of you. It sure stuck with me, and that's why I'm sharing it here. That was, again, Eric Thomas. This is a quote by Eric Thomas as well. Everybody wants to be a beast until it's time to do what beasts do. That's very well said. All right, chat, this is on you. I've seen your chats. I've been posting them up. There's a chat there in the bottom. Let's see. Got a couple more chats to go through here. I got a couple questions for you guys in the chat. I'll go over to Rumble and read those as well. Are you a lion or a gazelle? Be honest, drop your answers below. And if not, what would you change? And what are you going to change if you want that change? So are you a lion or a gazelle? And number 2, what's the one thing pushing you to run harder right now? Whether that be family, relationships, jobs, whatever it is, you let me know. What's the one thing pushing you to run harder right now? Type that in the chat for me. We'll go through chats here really quick as well. As Pop says, this is from a Wang. When shit hits a fan, you'll know who is who. That's correct. And then T2207, you should probably really start watching nudist courses. Haven't seen that yet. Gendai 351, yes, I am sick. Mentioned that earlier. Let's see. I know who the Dark Saint is, so I'm not going to read his. But
that was a while ago.
Yeah. No new chats are showing up on my end on Rumble. I can always check that again. Maybe I'll refresh it, see if anything new came through. But nothing new over there for now. Looks like it's mostly on YouTube. Nothing on MGTOW, which is why we're going to find a new platform to stream to. And is Cash App doing anything tonight? Let's see. Nothing tonight, and that's okay. It's tax season, so I don't expect anything to come through right now. You guys are all waiting on your checks that are all delayed. Same here, so I get you. Yeah, no new chats on YouTube for right now either. So I guess on that note, I'll throw it back to panel. If Outlaw's here, I don't know if he's here or in the background. What did you think of the lion versus gazelle, though, Sean?
I like the analogy and the way that they're using it. However, because of my understanding of animals, it's a little less accurate to real life, but I think the analogy still stands. The lion is hungry. They are a carnivorous animal. They have to go after the prey animals, the gazelle. If they don't eat. They don't eat, they lose position in the pride. Or if they can't, well, typically it's the lionesses that do the majority of the hunting. Lions are there to make sure that when another male lion comes around, they defend the pride.
Right.
That is kind of their main purpose. Lionesses help out by doing the majority of the hunting, even though the lion's capable of doing it itself. The lion's got a bigger responsibility: conserve its energy for the wanderer who comes in and challenges him. Because it's the life of a lion is far more graphic and some would say evil. Because when a new lion takes over a pride, he takes over in a way that eliminates the previous lion's bloodline.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So, and it's not very uncommon in humans too. When one person takes over a title, it was not uncommon for the majority of our existence to eliminate the bloodline and establish theirs.
Yeah. There's a term for it. This goes into a dark realm that we're probably not going to cover here tonight, but you are right. We can go into specifics, but we're not going to for the sake of this show.
Understandable.
Outlaw, did you have anything you wanted to add?
I had somebody call me. I'm sorry. What was we talking about?
Are you telling me I got to play the video again? Because I'll do it.
No. Just give me the gist of it.
The video was a metaphor or analogy about how the lion has to hunt, and it's pretty much lion versus gazelle. What are you going to be? Are you going to be gazelle, a prey animal, or are you going to be a lion, a predator?
More importantly, the analogy
in the better sense of predator.
Basically, are you going to hunt or be hunted? Are you going to be someone that's constantly on the hunt?
That's okay.
Or allow people to pass you by and be hunted? Yes.
There was a hair more to it, which I think is the nuance of it. It was the fact that the lion gets up because it enjoys the hunt, not necessarily the reward, but it enjoys the hunt itself. And some people don't like the hunt; they just want the reward. They don't think about the struggle. They don't think about the pain, the endurance, everything that goes into it. So to be a lion takes a lot more than just seeking the prize.
But you don't get a reward without having to overcome obstacles to get the reward, because if it's just given to you, you learn absolutely nothing.
Right. Well, it's like I said a while ago. Where's the fun in it? Where's the meaning behind what you've achieved or captured in this metaphorical case? If you didn't do the work to get there, right?
Yeah.
So if you didn't put in that part of it, then what you're doing is meaningless, really.
Yeah, no, I agree. And I saw Charles Darwin comment in the chat there. No, that's absolutely understandable, man. I know a lion. I can't go into too many details to keep him private, but he showed up. He did the hard work. He worked a 12er with us, and he was in. I can't remember how to pronounce it, and I'm going to butcher it, but atrial fibrillation or something like that. Basically, he was on hour 36 of 48 with an irregular heartbeat. So when I say I know some lions, I know some lions. This guy showed up when he should have been in the hospital because someone had to get the job done. Now, I made it a point to tell him, you need to take care of yourself, take a break, get away from the stress. He's going to go to the doctor here later this week and get himself taken care of. But yeah, his heart was going to hell during a 12-hour day in which all of our local management was doing an inventory, and he stuck it through. That's a lion right there. Now, he's got family at home to take care of. And at some point, you got to tap out, especially when it comes to your health. But that's dedication right there. Job ain't going to do itself. And if it needs to be done right, he was willing to stand in and do it. I have a lot of respect for that. I think it's crazy a little bit, when it comes to your health. You're no good to anybody dead, right? But he's still kicking. He's fine. He's going to get himself taken care of. But a lot of respect for that when you're willing to stay in the hunt, even when you're at death's door. I mean, literally, at hour 48, the chances of a stroke or heart attack are immensely high. And he was out hour 36 during the middle of the inventory. So that's a fighter. Again, I'm not going to discuss who or what or why. It's just a story to kind of tell you about dedication and strength and resilience. I'm not suggesting any of you do that. I would always say put your health first. But he was in a position of responsibility, and he was committed to it. I mean, a lesser man would have tapped out, and he didn't. So that's something to consider. Are you the kind of man that'd fucking put your health on the line if you feel you have obligations to meet? And at the end of the day, those obligations put food on the table for your family. So I can definitely see the reason as to why he would do that. I don't know if I'm at that level myself. I'd like to say I mean, I came in sick, but it's not the same, We got another one. We do not have Ike watching tonight. I did this for him. But Outlaw's here, and he's into the same thing. So there's a guy I like. Always kind of liked him. Liked his attitude. Liked his comedy. I liked how he actually believed what he did, even though there's a lot of acting involved, but he was very true to form. Now, some people like Hulk Hogan. Some people like Ric Flair. And some people like The Undertaker, right? If it's no shock to you based on my style, I was always a big fan of Macho Man Randy Savage. That was my guy. He passed away in 2011, ironically, after I have this talk, from a heart attack behind the wheel with his wife in the car. They did wreck, not even bad enough to set up the airbag. She took the wheel, but the heart attack took him before they probably hit the wreck. Unfortunate way to go. They found his heart was enlarged, so definitely a heart attack. There's a lot of speculation as to why. He did live a very rough and tumble lifestyle, but up until the end, he was very optimistic, very strong-willed, and a good dude overall. And he has a good message. We're gonna share that with you tonight. We're on to segment 4. So, segment 4, let's put it up. Soaring with eagles versus crawling with snakes. All right, Randy Savage said it best, and he's quoted a couple times using this phrase. The video I'm going to show is a little bit different, but he says, you can soar with the eagles or you can crawl with the snakes. The choice is yours. Point of that is, surround yourself with people who challenge you. If you're around weak people, you'll become weak. If you're around ambitious, disciplined people, you will elevate. Cut out the toxic, lazy people. Cut out the people making excuses. You want people around you that motivate you. You know what motivates me? I have a manager who's now an equal. He's been a mentor and been a friend. I think of him a lot like Master Splinter, if you watch the Turtles, right? You ever watched him as a kid? He's definitely the Master Splinter character. He's actually younger than me, but he feels like he's 20 years older. He was a former Marine, real smart guy. And he said, well, what do you want next? He's also made it a point that you're never there. Never be complacent. But he already challenged me. Right after I got a promotion, what do you want next? Where do you want to be next? And he pushes and pushes and pushes. Even when he came in the other day, he's giving me advice. You got to make deposits, you know. And what I mean by that is you got to take care of the people around you. So I have the fortunate benefit of having many teams in my life. I have the people I manage. They're my first team. They're not happy. Nothing goes well. I don't show up for the paycheck. I said that a long time ago. I've been saying that for a while. Kind of complacent there. I show up for the people now. That's the hunt for me. Is how the people feel at the end of the day. If I done a good job, my people are happy. If I turned things around, if I changed the minds of the naysayers, if I raised the spirits of the downtrodden on my team. We've gotten through some hard times. Oftentimes when you get a new manager in the stores, you get something called churn. You get a lot of toxic people that either quit or get fired, or you have to step in, and a lot of people, they just leave one way or another. And your team goes through a lot of hard times. It's how you handle that, how you keep them together. A lot of times it feels like walking on a razor blade. Either way you fall, you're going to have some problems. So it's a delicate balance. You're going to take some pain walking on a razor blade, but you got to hold your team together on either side. You got to give and take. And then I've got my management team. And I've got my corporate team. And I've got this team. You guys. I've got Pop. I've got Outlaw. I've got Sean. I've got Billy. I've got, all you guys in the community. Jackal and Jimmy and Cliff. All you guys. Right? That's my other team. And then I've got family, of course. So I've got a lot of teams. I'm very fortunate. Means a lot to me. But here's the thing, you got to make deposits. Because one of these days you're going to have to ask for a withdrawal. But if you haven't paid the balance, they're not going to be there for you when you need something. I haven't been the best with this team lately. I've been putting a lot of work into my other 3 teams. I've been neglecting family, and I've been neglecting this community, which is why when I came back tonight, I made damn sure I made a deposit. If I'm going to do a show, I'm not just going to do 2 shows a week because that's the quota. If I'm going to do a show, it's going to be a meaningful show. I'm going to give you something. I'm going to give you tools. I'm going to give you something to walk away with, something you can share with friends and family, something you can chew on for a while. And if you need me, most of you have access to, my email. If you don't, redpillrhino@hotmail.com. I'll give you access to the Gilded community if you're not in there already. Most of you also have my number. I'm willing to make deposits. If you guys need anything, you, the viewer, I'm more than happy to help. That's part of a team. It's part of building, part of growing. You're not out there on your own. And I'm going to make damn sure going forward that you guys know this is a team. Everybody in this community pitches in to help each other and to help you, the viewers. Some of you have never commented, but you watch. So how do I make a deposit to you guys? I got to leave an impact. I got to make sure the message is clear. One of my shortcomings in the last couple of years has been that our videos have been sporadic and unhinged and off topic and off in the weeds and way too freaking long like this one. But the point is I owe you guys better. So I'm going to give you better. So am I going to be here every Wednesday at 9 p.m., 8 p.m., 7 p.m., whatever time you're watching? No. But when I'm here, I'm going to give you something to walk away with, something that you can utilize, something that makes life better for you. Because anybody can do a show on YouTube, Rumble, Twitch, whatever, X. Anybody can make content because, it beats the algorithm. I make 5 shows a week, or I do 5-hour episodes 2 times a week. Anybody can do that. I can teach any of you how to get monetized in under 6 months. But I don't care about that. It ain't about the cup. Because right now I'm more interested in the hunt. And the hunt, when it comes to you guys, is making lives a little bit better. The people I touch in this community. So that's my goal now. So if I make a video, I spent 6-7 hours developing, putting this together, doing a script, rewriting the script, coming up with these opening songs. You have no idea how many trash songs I had to go through before I found songs that I wanted. I'm using some AI. Some people told me not to say that. I don't care. Everything I say is my voice. I use it to help me with some side stuff, like keeping things on a good script and making sure I'm going through all the topics, making sure I got good intro songs and outro songs. Helps with that. But still, this show is my show. This show is your show. This show is the panel show. But I want it to have more meaning. I don't want it to be fluff. I don't want it to be drunk rambles or waffling, as we talked about so many times in the past. So that's my deposit to you guys. And I don't know. I hope I never need to withdraw. But if that day comes, I hope I've given enough that I've earned it. You know what I mean? So on that note, let's switch over to Randy Savage. Let's see what he has to say. This is an old interview from the early 90s. But I like what he had to say, and it's a good spirit. It's something to take away, even though it's super short. I have a lot of respect for the way he lived his life. It wasn't an act for him. I think he really believed everything he did when he was in wrestling. He really lived his character. He wasn't just on screen his character. He really lived that thing. So let's take a look at this this video here. There we go.
Okay, your middle name is Macho, but I'm wondering if you ever cry. Has Macho Man ever cried?
Oh, yeah.
Really?
Uh-huh. It's okay for macho men to show every emotion available right there, you know, because I've cried 1,000 times, I'm gonna cry some more. But I've soared with the eagles and I've slithered with the snakes and I've been everywhere in between. And I'm gonna tell you something right now. There's one guarantee in life, and that there are no guarantees, yeah. And understand this. Yeah. Nobody likes a quitter. Nobody said life was easy, so if you get knocked down, take the standing 8 count, get back up, and fight again. And you're a macho maniac. Dig it.
That's it, man. Real short and sweet, but hey, he's a good dude. So here we go.
Nobody's watching. In those early mornings, when it's dark, it's wet.
What do we got here?
Cold. You feel
Let it roll.
tired.
We're gonna roll.
You feel sore.
We're gonna roll.
It's warm on
Some
the couch.
Jocko.
What do you do
Here
then?
it comes.
I know every motherfucker ain't gonna do what I'm gonna do. This is how you level up. I know there's a whole bunch of people with that right there. That fires me up. That brings joy to my life right there. Because I know there's so many people that have the ability and just refuse to get off that couch. Refuse to study a few more hours. Refuse to go deeper, to go further. And that's where I gain the advantage.
No one goes the extra mile and keeps going.
I feel like this next generation that's coming up, they seem like a bunch of pussies to me. It's so easy to be great nowadays, my friend, because most people are weak. Most people don't want to go to that extra mile. Most people don't want to find that extra because it sucks. It's miserable. It's lonely. Now I fucking thrive in that shit. That's the only place to be. There's never been more opportunity than there is right now. If you're a fucking savage and you get out there and you grind hard and you want it bad enough, you can run all these guys over, man. I was never the strongest guy. I'm not the fastest guy. Not the smartest guy. But I will work, and I will work hard. I'll never be in the Olympics. I'll never be a professional
That's a
athlete.
good
But still
good
I
accident.
grind. I fail at most things I do, but still I grind. I don't want to do half the shit I do, but still I grind. And that one day, you see me down a dark alley, run at 1 o'clock in the morning, know one thing. I was grinding. I will be up when my competitor's asleep. I will be up when my enemy is curled up in bed. I will be up getting after it.
If you can't right now, there's no one looking, man.
If no one was looking, I had a chance to sneak in some extra work. To do a little bit more while no one's looking. They'll think I'm better than I am. So I recommend you do that right now. No one's looking, you're home alone, do more! Do I like the long hours? No. Do I like having to watch a game at 3 o'clock in the morning? No. But I have to be prepared because I'm addicted to the result.
If today you never say
little bit of
good
Ric
enough,
Flair there.
tomorrow
Woo!
you'll always have enough. Championships aren't won in the theater or the arena. They're won in the thousands of hours in the training room, the labs, and the 5 a.m. runs, and the training when everyone else is sleeping. That's when it's won. The heart of a champion is a light switch that's always on. It doesn't go on and off when someone's watching. It's constant. Champions aren't found on the podium with their hand up. No, champions are found in the lab studies, the thousands of hours of hard work when no one's watching. That's what makes the will unstoppable. When you're in here and no one else is, and you're pushing yourself harder than anybody with no one around. It's how you look at something. If your name's attached to it, and you do it right, the best of your ability every single time. If you're dusting your countertops, do you dust around the picture frame, or do you pick the up and dust the entire thing? Do the job right or don't do it at all. That's the same person who has his hand raised on the podium one day.
How you hold yourself in the small things of life. Build the character winning blocks of the things that we're remembered for. And it begins now with no one looking. How you hold yourself. How you see yourself. What do you do when nobody's watching? If you do it then, I guarantee you'll be doing it when everyone's watching.
execute, execute, execute. And that's what people don't do. They don't execute. Making a freaking plan is the easy part. And you have to understand, if you don't execute on the plan, if you don't get up in the morning when you're feeling tired, scared, if you don't execute, you're not just cheating yourself. You're cheating your family, you're cheating your employees, you're cheating your team, whatever you're a part of. It's bigger than you, man.
Nobody wants to do it. That's the thing. When you look at someone and you say that man or that woman has something that I don't have, nobody woke up with that shit. They got it from showing up every day and executing. And especially when they don't feel like it. You think that this just happens. You think, I'm gonna show up, I'm gonna put in my time, and then I'm gonna be rich. And that ain't what happens.
Everyone's always looking for other people to do stuff for them. Stop looking for fucking help from everybody else. It starts and ends with you.
You've got to do more. You've got to become valuable. You've got to understand that what you get paid to do is the minimum. And everything on top of that is your investment in your future.
So if you're gonna stand out, don't do the same thing that everybody else is doing. Separate yourself. You playing against other teams and you doing exactly what they're doing. Separate yourself. Stop doing what they doing. If you stop doing what they doing, you're gonna be a champion. Stop following. No more following. No more doing what everybody else is doing. Set the doggone standards. It's time for y'all to set the standard. If you decide that my life deserves my developing this what I do well, and becoming the best at it and mastering myself, and seeing what I have within me, I grant you that your gifts will take you places that will literally amaze you. All of us need some area of our lives where we can have a feeling of competence. That people know when they think about this area, that's something you do. That you eat and sleep that. And that you do that. You do that. And people know it. If you begin to work to develop your gifts, you'll develop a strong sense of happiness. You'll get a larger vision of yourself. The harder you work, the harder it is to surrender.
Everything you do it like this is the last time you're gonna do it.
If you're in bed right now and you're rolling around and you can't fall asleep, get the fuck up. It probably means you haven't done an honest day's work to earn that rest at night. I can put an honest day's work in here that more than anyone does in a week. And no one sees it. Because it's supposed to be that way. This is a fucking means to the ends. It's not the ends. And you're not in here to get an achievement. You're in here to pay your fucking dues so later in life you never wonder what it.
You know what you gotta do to get to paradise? You gotta fight like fucking hell to get to paradise. The ones that can fight, the ones that come back, those are the ones that succeed. Those are the icons of the world. There's many legends out there. There's very few icons.
Do I want to be here right now? No, I don't want to be here right now. I'd much rather be home watching the game. But later down the road, I don't want to always be just watching the fucking game. One day I want to play the fucking game. So by being here now ensures that I'm not going to be a spectator for the rest of my life. That's why I love the fucking pain and progress.
It is the process of the grind that shapes you and forms you. It's not the game. And that's why most of y'all get beat in the game or make mistakes in the game, because you think grinding is what happens when the sun comes out. You think grinding is what happens when the lights come on. You think grinding is what happens when people get in the stage. That's not grind. The real grind is in the dark when nobody sees you, when nobody knows what you're doing. When you studying without coach, when you putting in those extra reps, when you watching those videos and you getting inspired, when you change your music, it's the process that makes you sweet.
No matter how good you are, no matter how fast you are, no matter how smart you are, no matter how strong you are, there is always someone out there who will be bigger, faster, smarter, or stronger.
So what do? You can't always control who or what you're up against, but you can always control your effort. You must outwork every single one of those people you're competing with. When you find yourself up against other people and see yourself falling behind, are you the person who gives up and gives in? Are you the person who starts making excuses for why you're not doing as much as you could? Are you the person who finds it a reason to start doing things you're not supposed to, taking breaks, slacking off, sleeping in, eating like crap? Or are you the one who sees opportunity, the opportunity to get ahead of everyone else, the opportunity to work harder and perform better when it's game time, the opportunity to improve yourself and hold yourself accountable to what you know you can achieve if you really tried your hardest. In the shadows and darkness, when most people are still in bed or have gone home already, where you fight to become the best version of yourself every damn day.
It's that process of pushing yourself to perform better. That's what stretches you to reach higher and higher levels. You don't become number one by taking it easy. You become number one by pushing yourself to the outer limits of your capabilities.
It's these quiet, unseen moments that legends are made. You're not there to participate, you're there to fucking dominate.
You gotta refuse to accept that you are what you are, and that what your life is like now is what you're doomed to be forever. No, you fight. You scratch and claw every day to improve, just a little bit. Weeding out all those weaknesses you have sneaking around in your brain. You weed those out with discipline, forcing yourself to execute on your mission for the day.
Doing those hard things you have resistance from doing. And as you shut down those weaknesses, as you continue to prune out all the fickle feelings of laziness, you are literally building mental strength. You become tougher through completion. When you get hard stuff done, it builds your belief in your vision. It builds belief in your company. It builds belief in your ideas. It builds belief in yourself.
So while most people are sitting around waiting for change, making all these amazing plans for how to revolutionize their lives and become better, you get your ass up and get to fucking work. Plans don't change people. Action changes people. So make movement. Move forward every day of your life.
If they make 10 sales, you make 20. If they work 8 hours, you work 10.
Yeah.
Whatever they do, I need you to do just a little more, because when you add up all those extra bits of effort, day after day after day, that's gonna make the difference between winning and losing.
When others start slacking off, making excuses, you see a golden opportunity. It's your chance to double down, to push harder when everyone else is easing up. Every setback, every obstacle is a chance to show what you're made of. It's a chance to toughen up, to hone your skills, to rise above the bullshit.
You might not control the raw talent, but you sure as hell control the effort. It's about grinding harder, pushing further, sweating more. It's about turning every damn ounce of your being into a relentless pursuit of excellence. You become the fucking nightmare of everyone in your field, because while they're resting on their laurels, you're out there, grinding, improving, outworking every single one of them.
You don't just aim to keep up. You aim to leave them all in your fucking dust.
I'm dominate. When I die, you ain't gonna forget my name. I dominate this doggone thing. I dominate. Where I go, stuff happens. I dominate. If you gonna win, you just can't play this game, because there are other teams that want to do exactly what you gotta do. So what you gotta do in practice is dominate in practice. Some of y'all, that's your problem. You think that you can dominate when the lights come on. If you can't dominate in practice, you can't dominate when the lights come on. I get up every morning at 3 o'clock. I dominate at 3 o'clock in the morning. I dominate when everybody's asleep. I dominate at 4 in the morning, 6 in the morning. Why? Because y'all just getting up. I dominate in the dark. I dominate when nobody sees me. Because you just got to get there before the genius get there. They ain't waking up to 8. So if you get up at 3, you ain't got to be smarter than them. You just got to be quicker than them. You just got to be faster than them. You just got to get to the spot before they get to the spots. You ain't got to be them. You ain't got to be on their level. You don't have to be as smart. You don't have to become them. You can stay you, but you got to get there before they get there if you're going to stay you.
Are we the underdogs? Good! That's where legends rise. They overlook us, we overperform. They doubt us, we outdo. We keep moving, we keep pushing, unstoppable. Let's carve our names right here and right now.
I guarantee you, when I line up and they line up, I want what all other men want. But when the challenge hits, when the opposition hits, when the pain creeps in, when the uncertainty creeps in, when the cuts, when the scars, when the bruises come, I just wanted a little bit more than they wanted. And if you ain't got more heart than me, if you ain't been working harder than me, if you ain't sacrificed more than me, I'm gonna destroy you. And so that's how I conquer, and that's how nobody has ever beaten me yet. Like when you work for something, it gives you a different type of attachment to it.
I need you to eat, sleep, breathe, dominate. We're not playing to the level of our competition no more. You're gonna look at film in the way they don't look at film. You're gonna practice in the way they don't practice. Listening to coach, paying attention, being locked in and focused. Everything you do is gonna be in a way that nobody else does. You can't win it if you can't see it. You gotta see each one. You gotta see yourself winning in practice. You gotta see yourself winning the game, the championship. You gotta see yourself. Wake up every single day. I was here before I was here. I was in this spot right here. I was talking from right here. I envisioned it. I saw it already. I see it before it happens. Discipline means that you dominate when you feel like it, and you dominate when you don't feel like it.
What do you do when somebody's not there watching you? What do you do when you have to either do what it is you know you're supposed to do without somebody there to supervise you, or you get to take the play off because no one's going to know the difference? Those are the things that make up success, and that's discipline. You have to do the things that you don't feel like doing because you know it needs to be fucking done.
You train hard, push limits, you learn every single day. That's our backbone. That's our hustle. This is our turn, our unwavering will. Every tackle, every move is for something bigger.
Discipline is you do it so long and so hard, and you're so passionate about it that even when you don't feel like it, you still operate at the highest level.
Embrace the process, trust the process, but most importantly, you gotta respect the process. Talent would never supersede it. If we respect it the way we say we respect it, if we love it the way we say we love it, if we cherish it the way we say we cherish it, every single day should be nothing less than excellence. You might not always be your best, but you can always bring me your best.
It's about outworking, outlasting, and outperforming. Not just others, but your past self. It's about the relentless pursuit of excellence, the unyielding discipline, and the unstoppable force of taking action every single day.
All right. That was actually excellent. I'm glad that snuck in on us. So, you have reached the final elusive segment 5, and we're closing. How to develop unbreakable strength. Here's the thing I want to ask you. You don't even have to put it in the chat at this point. It's late in the game. Rate your mental toughness on a scale from 1 to 10. Be honest. Do that with yourself. You don't have to put that in the chat. Write that down. Rate your mental toughness on a scale from 1 to 10. All right. Focus on that for the week. That is the big focus. And how can you raise that if it's not as tough as you think it should be? Number 1, face your fears head on. The dragon guards the gold. Confront what you fear to grow. We talked about that earlier. If you are not facing what you fear most, you will accomplish nothing. So make sure you are facing that dragon. And that dragon doesn't have to be big. That dragon is whatever you set it to be. So if the biggest dragon you can face is the size of this right now, if that's what you got to face, that's where you got to start and build from that. Next time you go out, you fight a bigger dragon and a bigger dragon and a bigger dragon. If you want to get to that gold, you keep fighting. And that gold, again, doesn't necessarily mean the trophy on the fucking wall or the paycheck in the bank. Sometimes it means the people around you made the difference in their lives. So keep fighting for what you believe in. Stop making excuses is number 2. Okay? Own your failures, own your weaknesses, fix them. Most importantly, take accountability. So many people are afraid to take accountability because of either how people are going to see them or judge them, or quite frankly, they just don't want to say they were wrong. Say you were wrong. Take the defeat, learn the lesson, and move on from that. All right. And number 3, embrace discipline over motivation. Motivation fades. That doesn't last long. I can be motivated for a day, an hour, maybe couple minutes, right? Maybe a week or a month if we're getting really fucking ambitious. But for the most part, That stuff's gone. I wasn't motivated when I was sick with a fever to go in for an inventory, but I was the last manager to leave my building that day. I stayed until everybody else left, and then I talked to my team, made sure they were okay, because we had every manager in our district. That's a lot of people in my store. That motivation was gone before I hit the door, but I stayed. Embrace discipline over motivation. Discipline keeps you moving when motivation is gone. Same thing with making your bed in the morning. I don't care if it sucks. I don't care if it's early. I don't care if you didn't sleep. I don't care if you got 2 hours of sleep and you got a cold. Fight to get it done every day, because that's what matters. When you grind that into your bones, that I'm going to do it, whether anybody sees me do it or not, I'm going to make that bed. I'm going to get my stuff ready. And I don't know what you guys do for work, but for me, it's my printing my reports in the morning. Every morning, I print those reports. Do I like doing it? No. Is it even necessary when there's no district manager to look at it? No. But I'm going to do it. And you know why I do it? Because it's discipline. I know every day when I do that, I can see the plan. I can see where I failed yesterday. I can see where I'm at today. I can see where I want to be tomorrow. I can see where my team needs development, and I can see where I've left people behind. Make it a practice every single day, whether you want to, whether you feel like it, whether you like it, or whether you hate it. Do it every day. Start with making your bed. I know that sounds so stupid, but that is going to change your life. Every single day I make it. I've made it so many days I've forgotten how to make a bed because it just comes to me naturally. I fold the sheets up, put the pillows up, put everything in the same spot, and I'm good to go. That's it. And it's the first accomplishment of my day, which means I can move on to the next thing. But how am I going to move on to anything if I don't start doing something? So have the discipline. Motivation is great, but it doesn't go far. I'm going to add a bonus for you. This is something I can't teach. This is something you have to take away from this. It is great to be there. It's great to show up. But what you should do is develop whatever your plan in life is, whether that's work or goals or hobbies, maybe your dreams. You have to have purpose, and you have to, more importantly, move with purpose. You can believe anything you want to. You want to build a race car, that's fine. You want to own a shop, that's fine. You want to own a business or have fucking retirement settled by the time you're 45, that's fine. But if you don't move with purpose, you'll never, ever, ever get there. Every day you get up, everyone around you that complains doesn't matter. You need to move with purpose if you want to move forward. So every day you get up, whether you feel good, whether you feel terrible, every day, step one step faster than the guy next to you. Work just a little bit harder than the guy next to you. Move with purpose every single day. Here are my closing and final message to you tonight. Chat, this is for you. I know it's late, so you can take this to yourself. You don't have to put it in the chat if you don't want to. What's one lesson you're taking from the show tonight? I would love to hear it, but even if I don't take it home with you, that's just fine. If you learned one lesson, I know most of you have left at this point, that is okay. If you see this in the future, drop a comment though. What is one lesson you took from this show tonight? If you got value from this, I want you to hit the subscribe button. I want you to like the show. And more importantly, I want you to share this with somebody. Maybe your son, maybe your daughter, maybe your friend, maybe somebody you know that's fucking down in the dumps and they don't have the motivation to get up and move. Share it with somebody, because this message doesn't mean anything if it doesn't reach people who need it. All right. Finally, again, all I ask is you like, subscribe, do all that. If you feel like the show is beneficial, of course, fondle my box. But if not, that's okay. I do appreciate the donations, but they're not required. I'm going to give you another quote, and this one we've heard a lot in our community. Hard times create strong men. Strong men create good times. Good times create weak men. Weak men create hard times. Nobody has actually mentioned who coined this quote. It is G. Michael Hoff. Final words for the night. Be the monster they fear, but be in control of it. Face yourself, Find that dark side and integrate it. Be the monster. That is what you need to succeed. You're not going to get there by playing nice, being weak, being soft, and being complacent. Take responsibility for your strength and use it to change your world. In doing so, you are also changing the world of the people around you. And if you leave it a better place for them, you're already a step ahead of most people you know. No more weakness, no more excuses. It's time to unleash your true power. That's all I got to say tonight. I'm going to leave it on the panel. Thank you guys for watching, and I hope you took something from this. I'm not doing my old shows anymore. We're doing this going forward. Thank you again. Back to the panel. For me, it's good night.
Yeah, I can hear it in your voice, man.
All right, gentlemen. Closing thoughts.
I think the stream kind of speaks for itself. It doesn't need any kind of close.
Well, if that's how you want to go, we'll go that way. Outlaw, anything from you?
I think it's all been said, man.
All right, guys. All right, let's see if I got anything left in the chats before I head out of here. Looks like that's Sean. Famous Army saying, if you don't have motivation, fake it. Another one from him. Move with a fucking purpose, private. There you go. Australian Army saying, well, we're late in the evening, and I guess family's probably all in bed. Get some cunt about you fuckwit. All right. Charles Darwin. I should put that on a t-shirt. And then finally, we have Solo 19. If you're not at your best, bring the best you got. I love that. All right, gentlemen, it has been a pleasure and an honor to have done this show with you tonight. I'm going to go ahead and put these guys backstage. We'll actually do a little after party. I'll put the link if you want to join. If you don't want to join, that's fine too. Let me do it now, just so it's there. I'm going to go ahead and paste it for you guys in the chat on YouTube, as well as Rumble. I will check Rumble one more time, make sure I didn't miss anything. If you'd like to join us, though, links are in the chat. Where are we at? Let's go to that Rumble chat. Looks like Rumble has been pretty quiet since I refreshed it. MGTOW.TV is dead. Cash App is clear. We're good. Thank you again for watching. I hope I can bring you more content like this. This is going to be hard to top. I'll be honest. This is probably one of my favorite videos I've done to date. And again, I need you guys to understand. Yes, I've been absent. And I feel like I owe you guys. But if I'm going to be here, I'm going to do this thing. I'm going to do it better than anybody else can do it. Not because I'm better than anybody else, but I'm going to make sure I give you the best I can. Right? I'm not going to half-ass this and just give you 3-4 shows a week or waste your time with waffling and drama and gossip. And I'm not going to do that. I don't care about the current news articles right now. I care about you. So I'm going to give you the best I can. Okay? I'll try to do a show once a week. I will. But I can't promise that. All right? But if I do a show, know I've put time and effort into it. I'm doing scripts now. I'm adding my own personal songs to it each time. I'm running through the discussions back and forth on how I want to put this together before it ever hits the air. So yeah, it's still live. Things happen. Who knows? Panel members still come and go. Jackal was a surprise tonight. Didn't expect to see him, and he put in some good words. So really happy with that. But just know I do care. But I don't want to use the show to waste your time. I know these are long shows when I do them. I'm terrible at that. But if I'm going to make you watch a show, if you're going to keep coming back, I may as well give you something worthwhile, right? Because everybody can hear me go on a rant for 5 hours, but it doesn't make a difference if I haven't made your life better when you walk away. So that's my goal going forward. On that note, I think we'll close it out if I can find my outro. And you guys have a great night. See y'all next time. Stay strong, stay motivated, stay in the fight. Don't give up. I don't care how bad it gets. You keep on fighting.
We are the arbiters of this society.
Repeat after me. As a good citizen, we must maintain a neutral carbon footprint. Repeat after me. We must eat the bugs. Repeat after me. We must eat the bugs.
This is a world that we create and manage. The people, they need to be controlled. We will give them truths, but only our truths. They are not to seek information anywhere else.
It is my job to keep order. So what you saw didn't happen. Erase everything.
You a grunt? I used to be one, and I was good at it.
I know. Things were simpler then. I have some questions.
You need to understand, we're being hunted.
By who?
Bring him to me.
This breaks the world.
Your story isn't over yet. There's still a page left.
Yeah. Sometimes I get so mad, there's no controlling me. My thoughts get so bad, I'm like, I might grab a bat, I don't know. My wrath, my blood boils over like, oh God, here goes. I lost all feeling from my head to my toes. You said some shit that I can't let go, so just stay tuned for the rest of the show. So have you ever felt betrayed? Switches how you see things, realize something needs change. Cause I know you got me up, let me show you what's up. Cause enough is enough. I'll take a face full of pavement just to make a statement. I know there's no turning back. Oh God, adrenaline wasted, so mad I can taste it. I know there's no turning back. I'll do what it takes, I ain't making mistakes like that. I'll bleed on your face to make you go take it back. I'll lose my shit, I go crazy when I'm mad. And now you go wish you would shut the fuck up real bad. And now that I'm gone, yeah, I know there's no turning back. And now that I'm gone, yeah, I know there's no turning back. I'll take smoke, I'ma poke a hole through you, choking's overdue. Come at me and you won't get any older, dude. Crack your holder too. Heating up inside of me, blood so violently. Thanks for trying me. Now it's finally time to see how this rivalry becomes my dynasty.